We're recording, Mr. Chair. So
all right, I'm gonna
ready to call to order.
Call this meeting to order and declare that we do have a quorum. We have Alan and Lily online, so that gives us a quorum. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and have introduction. William, you wanna start us off? And
William Plainsaucer, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. Hog prices are average for this time of year, actually down a little bit. I don't know, there's a lot of things going on in the world right now, and so I guess it is what it is. They're hanging in there, but I think they'll be fine. And on the home front, winter wheat looks exceptionally well. It had a few colder nights than we would have liked, but it's still nice, and moisture that's the next question. The reservoirs are empty, and I don't know what we'll do for irrigation. So we seeded all the dry land, but we haven't seeded any irrigation yet. So a little more time for that, I guess. And all the calves are branded. And yeah, we'll be feeding hay for a while this year. So I had a dry fall, but sun will come out, it'll rain, and it'll be drier tomorrow. So.
well, you have to be optimistic in this business, or if you're not going to be an optimist, you're not going to be very successful. So, all right, Lily, are you on? Well, there.
Hi, Gene. Sorry. I'm also AIing some heifers. We just got done. So, Lily Anderson, dairy representative from south of Livingston. Not a lot to report. We had a bunch of snow and moisture, which has been really nice, but it was only in like a small strip of the valley. And that's about it.
Boy, now that was short to the point.
That's what I'm here for.
Look at good, your working clothes. Oh, well, Lily. Oh, man. That nice blue sky in the background. It looks like a nice day. Huh?
Yeah, it's a very nice day here. Let's see. This will be the fun of Zoom.
Yeah.
Look how pretty it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm not going to stay that way based on the weather.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Shoot area looks really clean too. That's good. So,
Yeah.
all right. And I see Alan sitting there waiting to give us some words of wisdom.
Good morning. We had really good moisture. We ended up with over 8 inches of heavy wet snow on this last one. Calving's got one cow left, so got that wrapped up. Cows don't want to eat the hay, but there's no grass growing yet, so that's the challenge that we're having right now. But we're just rolling along. It's not looking too bad.
Okay. Haven't sold the cows yet?
No, not yet. Jake and I were talking about that. He's got people calling, but I haven't talked my buyer into anything.
Yeah. All right. Okay. And I see Greg is on. You want to come on, Greg?
Oh. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Greg Witchman, sheep representative from Hilger, north of Lewistown. Was just out showing my sprayer guy where I needed to have him do some spraying for me and checking critters. We're getting awful green around here these 70-degree days.
Uh-oh, we lost you, Greg. 70-degree days was the last we heard.
Pretty good luck. Had really good luck so far. So Haven't
So,
sold any. What's that?
You hear me, Greg?
Yeah.
We lost you there for a little while, so maybe you could kind of go back. You said it was the 70-degree days. It was green, and then we lost you for a while. So,
Okay, yeah. We're like I said, with these 70-degree days, the grass is trying to grow, but the cows are wanting to chase green grass, and we keep them shut pretty tight. We're about 3/4, probably farther along than that, done lambing and half done calving. Had good luck. Life is pretty good. It sounds like we're supposed to have, depending on what forecast you listen to, 4 to 10 inches of snow and some possible 50-mile-an-hour winds here for a few days and some 30 degrees. So roller coaster that we're on this year. But other than that, life is pretty good. We did sell our wool. That market perked up enough where my coarser wool is worth a little bit. So got that gone, and hopefully this lamb market holds and calf market holds, and we can all show a little profit this year.
all right, very good. Okay, I see Eric is on. So, Eric, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Gina. I'm Eric Moore. I'm a cattle representative for the Board of Livestock. Kind of same story out here. Lots of wild weather swings, low 80s. Some days we're supposed to be a low in the mid 20s on Thursday. We've actually got some subsoil moisture. We don't need as much as other people because the ground is so heavy. But we're not, grass is slow. I think mainly because we've had 2 or 3 killer frosts and we're still having them. So I think the grass is being held back by the cold more than anything. So we're waiting on moisture like everybody else. We've got enough to get a grass crop started, but we're going to need a bunch more. Worried about irrigating water with the snowpacks and hope that it doesn't all come out in June in the Yellowstone. Fertilizer price is a big concern around here, which they're no big secret. Everybody's read about that. We're spreading a lot of manure. That's what I was doing this morning, is getting a spreading crew lined out so I can buy down some of that more expensive commercial fertilizer. And other than that, we're just kind of spring stuff. Calvin went great, hustling to get a crop in the ground and praying for rain.
Okay, yeah, William.
Can you give us an update on the cattle prices where we're at currently?
Yeah, we actually we took out the highs on the futures from last fall, which after the Greeley strike at JBS was amazing. Nobody really saw that coming. Looks like we're kind of hit another ceiling for a temporary, but fed cattle 248 to 250 live, 388 to 395 dressed. We've got an inverted choice select spread, which is kind of odd, but I think it's because we're making these cattle so big because the numbers are so low. We're trying to make up for head count with tonnage and carcass weights. Calf price, new crop calf prices. I saw some 6 weights trading for next fall delivery, $2,800 a head. So it's amazing. We'll see if this, $4 or $5 gas, depending on where you are in the country over summer traveling, what that might do to demand. But other than that, higher, as Evan Slack used to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. I don't see Jake on yet.
Do one more check here. I don't see him yet. No, sir.
Okay, well, I talked to him the other day, and he's AI, but he was pretty confident that he could get on here fairly early this morning. And so with that, as driving down here yesterday, the farther south I got, the greener it got. And William, that text that he sent out here a couple weeks ago with the inch of moisture, we got about 1/10 out of that one, I think, or maybe 2/10. We're really dry yet up in our country, and I'm really concerned about water on the summer pastures up, especially on the reservation. I attended the meeting along with Mike and Jay and Dr. Szymanski up at Browning last week, and it's dry up there. There's and the grass, what grass there is all used up. There's no old grass left on most of those fields. So it looks pretty tough up in our country. And you get down, by the time you get to Dearborn, man, oh man, Craig Dearborn Country looked nice and green. Of course, it isn't tall yet because it's been too cool, of course. And we just got a letter yesterday that we're allocated 3.5 inches of irrigation water on the project. So that's gonna be a bit of a challenge to figure out how to, well, it won't work unless Mother Nature comes along and supplements us some. So that's, everybody's gotta decide, trying to decide what seed. We haven't started seeding yet. We probably would have started today or tomorrow if I wasn't here, but trying to decide what might make money in the crop end of the scenario. And calving's going good. My heifers are done. Cows are, I don't know, 3/4 done, I suppose. I don't know what Jeremy's got left in cows, not very many, but good year for calving and good year to own cows. So with that, we'll move on unless someone else has anything that they'd like to weigh in with. We'll go on, and I'm gonna ask for approval of the minutes from the last board meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Eric. Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the last board meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right. Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. In our next order of business, Jake thought he could get on here, so maybe we'll wait just a little while on the evaluation and just skip down to
Well, let's not, I think bouncing back and forth might
Okay.
do so. If
all right.
you want to
well,
do the evaluation second, that's fine with me, and do the executive planning first, but I'd say whatever we start, we go all the way through and finish it, because we need a lot of individual actions on the executive planning process.
Okay, well, he said he'd try and jump on, maybe I'll just send him a text and tell him that we're gonna start that process. And, while I'm doing that, Mike, you could, maybe, get us off
Yeah.
public line and.
All right, so everybody except the board members, I'm going to be moving you to the waiting room here. So that'll take me a little bit of a second. And then we'll bring everybody back when we come out of the executive session.
Okay, well, either he'll try and get on, I guess you can kind of watch for him. 7 people in the reading room, so.
Yeah, then,
Maybe you wanna go.
yeah, I'm gonna stop recording now, start recording again. Maybe I need to make Dale host, and maybe he can help me with the YouTube or make co-host. So, yes, I want to make Dale Hallett the co-host. So Dale, if you hear me, you should have co-host. And so you should be able to maybe get us going with another live stream link. I hate that we had to break it, but that was the only way to get it done with doing an executive session over Zoom. But we do have recording back on.
Okay, are we? Wait for a second.
I think, well, yeah, I think we're good. We've got it recording, so.
Okay, well, anybody that.
We do have the author of the bill sitting out there, so he can tell us if he thinks we're doing something wrong.
All right, I'm gonna ask for a motion to accept the board evaluation of our executive officer.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the evaluation executive
Okay,
officer.
do we have a second? All right, I have a second by, motion by Alan and a second by William. Any discussion? I guess I will just note that it was a very positive evaluation of our executive, and everyone is pleased with the job he's doing, and hope that the department continues on the direction it's going. So with that, any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to accept the evaluation of our exec, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Thank you, everyone. So now we're gonna move into the executive planning process approval. So, and that, I don't know.
Yeah, so if everybody got their books, they'll have this, document. We didn't really want to put it out to the public, but I'm assuming, see if, Donna got that to everybody or not. So I'm sharing a document now. That just has the individual items. We need to open the door back up.
Oh, yeah.
We need,
Yeah, let in. Whatever.
We'll have some staff that probably need to come in here and talk to us about these. But blow this up while we're waiting for folks to come in.
Lindsay probably usually sent them.
And Dale, if there's a way to, I took myself off, I made you the host, but, you'll have to probably make me the co-host at some point so I can pause recording when we get to a break.
Right.
We got Jay coming in. We need, we can start on brands and enforcement, but Gene walked out of the room. Now I'm sitting here by myself. No, you're fine. Come on up, sit at the table, Jay. Everybody just come sit at the table. We got plenty of room. Comes Gene back. So Tawny's coming.
Be sitting at the table.
Mike.
Yeah, I just sit at the table because we're
Yeah,
being cozy today.
yeah. William was feeling pretty lonesome down there, so he wanted
Should I sit by
company.
you or is Lindsay?
I don't know if that hour picking up or not, so. Hopefully everybody will be able to hear us. All right, so I'm sharing, the document now. And so we will, Dr. Szymanski, you're first on the list, so. No, that's not one of them. So you can talk about, it. So I just, let me check out there.
EPP.
Alan, I see you. You see the document, Alan? Give me a thumbs up if you see it. Okay, thank you. All right, so everybody's seeing the document. And I'll put it up in here. We won't be able to really see them very well while we're doing that though.
It's unfortunate, Jake, that you can't see this.
And Jake, if you're still on, I know you probably are not, but I did resend the link to your email. So if you get a break, then you can try to do it again.
Okay, I'll try it here in a minute.
Okay. So yes, we'll start with animal health. I'll preface it by saying we have 4 legislative items being brought by the Animal Health Division for concept, and right now we're at the concept stage. Our deadline on these for the governor's office is May 6th. So we have until May 6th to input these in to be in the review process by the governor's office to give us a go, no go, or ask us what we're doing. So that's why we're asking you. If you don't approve it, obviously we won't even send it to the governor's office. So that's why we're having the conversation today.
So, and Jake, I'm gonna move my phone down closer to Dr. Szymanski, and hopefully you can hear.
So we'll start with item 1. Dr. Szymanski, you have your livestock confidentiality and disclosure procedures rewrite. So if you can talk through what you're wanting to do there.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tanya Szymanski, state veterinarian and administrator. This first suggested concept is, it pertains to 81-115, which is the statute that provides confidentiality for test information. I think this was put into place like in the 13 era. And it was the motivation behind it. My understanding is that sometimes the stigma associated with disease detections could be a disincentive for producers to participate in surveillance and do testing. And so trying to kind of remove some of that by allowing a level of confidentiality. The law, as it reads now, sometimes is difficult to interpret. It seems like there's sometimes conflicting clauses in it. And so our idea is to, one, clarify that it only is diagnostic testing information, provide additional protections for specifically livestock producers, livestock markets, and livestock dealers. All diagnostic testing information would be confidential, even if it doesn't identify the owner, right? When livestock are at a livestock market, they're not owned by that market, but may be part of the diagnostic process or tied to the testing of animals. The current regulation requires that we notify anytime that we disclose that information. So we have to notify the owner. We would like to change that so that if it's for administration of animal health or public health purposes, we don't have to do that notification back to the individual. We can notify them and then provide just some clarification in other instances when the department may release. So if the owner signs a waiver, then we could release beyond, for reasons beyond like a disease investigation. So just trying to strengthen it and make it maybe a little bit more easy to follow and understand and still accomplish the original intent of the law.
And so, well, Mr. Chair, our hope would be to deal with these individually. I guess the other thing I should have probably clarified is we're at a concept level today. So the actual written drafts, once we start getting into the drafting process, we would bring those back to the board as well. So they will see those before we would finalize any actual written drafts of any legislation. But that is the concept. And so what we're looking for today is if you're okay with the concept of doing some modifications and rewrites to that confidentiality statute for the reasons that Dr. Szymanski mentioned. So it's up to the board how you want to deal with them, if you want to hear about all of them or if you want to just deal with them one by one.
I think we better deal with them one by one because of the dichotomy we have of so many on Zoom. Because we want to make sure that everyone understands. And just for clarification, I think our legal counsel, Ms. Simon just came into the room, and I assume that this, Ms. Simon, you already kind of are comfortable with the presentation that each of these people are going to make on the concept.
Mr. Chair, I know I've consulted with Mr. Bodner on brands concepts and Dr. Szymanski on animal health. If there are any others, I'm not sure I have seen those, but I am comfortable with both brands and animal health's proposals.
Okay, I don't know, Jake, whether you could hear, but Ms. Simon said she is comfortable with Dr. Szymanski, and yeah, sit up at the table here. Yes. That would be because I have Jake on my phone there, and the others are on Zoom, and we're not sure that owl is working. So with that, I'm going to open it up to anybody on Zoom if you have any questions on what the concept. Now, just for maybe a little more clarity, we have to okay this concept. And then it will move on to
Language development.
And if we are not comfortable with this concept, then this would be the end of that process. So.
Yeah, so there's still out. We can always pull it. If we get into the drafting process and you don't like it, we can always stop there. There'll be multiple places to get off the train if you want to.
But we have to get on the train today before the 6th of May if we want to be on that train.
Right. If we don't put it in by May 6th, we won't be able to do anything after that. Well, there's always opportunities, but we won't be able to use the executive planning process to do it.
Okay, all right. So, with that, is there any comments on, this livestock confidentiality and disclosure procedures? So, I believe last night when Mike and I were visiting, it was one of the background information is if you, just like, when we were talking about USA herds or something and doing, there's other parties that are privy to some of the information because of the dynamics of what you have to do. And that could be the way the law is written today, that could be an issue. Is that safe?
Correct. And I can briefly comment on it, and certainly if Ms. Simon would like to add additional, but it's basically any release of that information. And so by utilizing these third-party vendors for software purposes, that provides the opportunity for them to see diagnostic information. And so in the spirit of the law, we would have to notify everybody that would have diagnostic information in USA herds or in Core 1 that release happening.
And this will fix that.
This would eliminate that, yes.
Eliminate that issue.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have provisions in our contracts when we usually utilize a third party that they have access, because obviously they need to help us fix things in the system, but they are not allowed to disclose or share that information. So we
Correct.
have those clauses within our contracts with the vendors. But if we go by the letter of the law, as Dr. Szymanski said, we would have to notify everybody who does diagnostic testing at the lab that they have that access.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, we've run into the issues with our current statute too, like when we were negotiating with, say, Rocky Vista University about bringing any kind of veterinary students into the lab. Like, it's difficult to figure out how we can give students or interns a full experience while also complying with the requirements of the statute that we're not supposed to share any of this information with non-employees. So the proposal is essentially gives Dr. Szymanski as the administrator and state veterinarian more discretion to decide when it's in the best interest of the department and the livestock industry to share this information and allow us to do our job a little easier.
All right.
The one thing we want to make sure we protect is that if somebody wants to FOIA us for a certain producer's brucellosis testing records, that will always be protected.
Correct.
That will not be messed with at all. Like, that's the whole spirit of this law, is to not allow people to be able to get that information and use it against other individuals.
Okay, do I have any questions from members out there?
I think this is a good one, because I get questions all the time. Well, whose is that? And, you know, it's none of other people's business, and so which herd was infected and things like that. And sure, everybody likes to know, but
Everybody wants to know.
Sure.
when everything was first happening with the bison issues and that, it was a really big deal, because then you couldn't end up selling cattle if they knew who. So I think it could still be an issue. So this would help.
All right, William.
Hey, Mr. Chair, so, Alan, on your comment, you said about people asking, if people can't know at what point does it become a biosecurity issue, then doesn't it? And
Mr. Chair, yeah, so yes, thank you for that question. So that falls into when we have the discretion to release that information. So the best example that I can give is like a trick investigation. If we have a positive trick bull anybody that ran adjacent to that bull during breeding season is obligated to go and test their herd. When we call them to let them know that they have to test, we will disclose who the owner of the affected bull was. A lot of times they can provide additional information about the local landscape to help out. So there are instances when we can release to help kind of that immediate footprint on the ground.
If you feel it's an issue.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I guess, we wanna handle each one, individually with a motion, or are we gonna be able to just group up? Maybe Dr. Szymanski's, what do you have, 3 or 4 animal health? So if it's all right with everyone, we will discuss them individually, but we'll handle maybe each animal health as one motion, and then, Brandon's Sportsman as another one. That's perfect.
That's
Okay, all right. Well, then, Dr. Szymanski, it felt like that one's gonna go. So.
Okay, I'm gonna, with the board's permission, I'm going to let Ms. Simon handle the egg one, as it was really her a reflection of her work on the program.
Oh, perfect. I was just gonna look it up. Mr. Chair, members of the board. So I worked with Ms. Love in meat, milk, and egg inspection to propose some legislative changes to our egg laws. We got a little farther than concepts on this one, just because from my research, I think 49 of the 50 states have egg laws. And so I looked into them and pulled these and just took what we liked from the other states. The reason we're proposing to change it is because our egg laws are largely unchanged from when they were passed in 1931, and they are in pretty desperate need of updating. Just to give you an update, an overview, of what we're proposing to change our licensing requirement to essentially wholesalers only and leave the retail sale of eggs to the Department of Public Health and Human Services and local public health authorities, because retail sales are already subject to the food code, and those are the agencies that enforce those laws. So that would simplify things. We currently have some volume exception in the statute about you don't need a license if you produce a certain number or fewer of eggs. We're proposing to just do make it consistent with USDA's shell egg surveillance, where we look at you, we license you, we have jurisdiction over you if you have 3,000 birds or more. So this could potentially result in more licenses being required. We don't really know what's out there, but I would say the reason for that is the licensing authority comes with more traceability ability. You know what I mean? So we can trace things better if we know where things are coming from and where they are. So that was the rationale for changing that licensing requirement and getting rid of the volume exception and just focusing on number of birds for when you're exempt. Let's see, we thought about what, if any, standards should we put in there, and we kind of determined that minimum facility sanitation standards, like where grading has happened, would be necessary. You want to make sure there's not rodents or anything like that. But from a public health standpoint, a temperature, storage, and transportation requirement is what we're proposing to just kind of simplify it. We'll still have the ability to make administrative rules, but we also intend to update our administrative rules if these were to pass, to make it essentially consistent with federal standards. So the state requirements match the federal standards. One thing that our current egg laws do not have is explicit enforcement authority. So we would ask to put that in there. Like if there's unlicensed egg wholesaling that's happening, that we would have the ability to go in very clearly and ask for an injunction on that. We're proposing to replace this certificate that's required under the current statute with just more record keeping and labeling requirements, which should also hopefully increase traceability. And then the legality of selling ungraded eggs will be clarified, because our current laws also have some volume exceptions. It's very confusing, but the retail law is you've got to sell graded eggs unless you're like a farm stand or farmer's market exception under DPHHS's authority. So we're proposing to just get rid of our ungraded egg volume exceptions and all of that, and just leave that to the retail side of things. So wholesalers, are all that we're focusing on. So it shouldn't be a huge substantial change, to what's going on, but it'll just hopefully make things easier to understand and give us a little more clarity and more enforcement authority if we run into a significant issue.
Okay, I think, yeah, William, because, and Lily, Lily, because she is, Mr. Poultry reference.
So, Mr. Chair, I had a question for you. So on these rules change, you're proposing to change here, so how you listed a number of things here, so how will this affect, like you say, same antenna eggs in Great Falls there, what will be different there now versus what we have now? What will change?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with Montana eggs, but I'm assuming that their volume is high enough that they have to sell graded eggs and require a license. So not much should change for them. Again, if anyone that's intending to sell these eggs at eventual retail, which I think most of them are probably already complying with the requirements that we are proposing to put in, as far as like keeping them stored at 45 degrees or less and transport them, because that's required by retail. So it shouldn't change that much. There might be a little more explicit record keeping requirements that are required under what we're proposing that are not in our current statutes. But I don't think that is anything that a reputable business wouldn't already be doing. No, it shouldn't affect them. And let's see, what else? I think that, my intention is that's about it. It shouldn't change anything for like really big egg wholesalers. We might capture a couple more smaller egg dealers, egg wholesalers, but we think that is worth it. So if there ever is an issue, we have records that will allow us to do tracing and whatnot if there's any investigation that's needed.
And for like smaller retailers, the other piece is where there might be a scenario where they fall under the jurisdiction of both the Department of Livestock and the Health and Human Services. We're actually, to use that term, sort of deregulating and defaulting to Health and Human Services. So we're taking those off so they're not double regulated by two agencies and giving that part of things up to Health and Human Services, and they can take part of that, and the Department of Livestock will stay out of it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the intention is, yes, to make it clear that you're either under retail authority or wholesale authority, and you're not going to be under both. But because most wholesalers are going to end up retailing, we also don't want to have standards and requirements for wholesaled eggs that don't comply with the retail requirements, which I think we currently do have, because, I think our current laws do allow some wholesalers to sell ungraded eggs, but it's going to be up to the retailer to grade them before they sell them to the consumer. And like grocery stores aren't doing that. Grocery stores are not grading eggs in store, to my knowledge.
No.
So it seems like kind of it's technically allowed under the law, but it's not practical under the way our, distribution system works. So we're trying to just modernize it and update it in that regard too. And we would retain the licensing authority over all graders under which we have now, but we would retain that under what we're proposing.
Okay, Lily, are you the poultry rep? Greg, go ahead. Maybe Greg had a comment. Any comments from anyone out there? I hope everybody can hear what's going on. Eric,
we can hear it.
Thumbs up. Oh,
Yeah.
you can't hear, Eric? Thumbs down. So something's wrong.
No, I can hear you. I just don't have any comment.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So just a minute. All right. So with that, I guess there's no questions. So, sounds like we're good to go on that one. You want to go on to your next?
Yeah, I'm gonna batch the next two. Well, I'm gonna batch the next two. These are really just proposals to clean up language in I almost said CFR, in MCA. I'll use two examples of things that we're trying to address is one, when talking about custom exempt licenses, it provides sections that they are exempt from. They're exempt from the definitions portion of state law, which doesn't really make sense. So trying to clean up some of those citations. Another example is the language used often says that the board shall do something. And so it's like the board shall assign an official establishment number to approved units or to approved entities. That's not something that the board does. And so just trying to clarify the language that it would be the Meat, Milk, and Egg Bureau that would assign those numbers. So just some general cleanup language throughout to make it more consistent with what is happening and then get rid of kind of nonsensical citations in law.
And we'll get a chance to.
You'll get to see the
exact
language. Yep.
Yeah, so, all right, is there, I would assume, I'm gonna assume that there isn't any comments on that because we will get a chance to see the language again. This is just the ability to move forward with the process. So, with that, I guess I mentioned that now I looked at, maybe we didn't need to, but I'm gonna ask for a motion to accept the concept of moving forward with the animal health proposals as presented.
I'll make a motion to move forward.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by William and a second by, I think it was Eric. Alan. Okay, all right. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Next ones have to do with brand. So, and hopefully, Jake, I don't know whether are you still on?
Yes, sir. I'm listening away.
Very good. Very good. Well, if you're not clear, just pipe up and we will try and clarify it. So, because it's easier if you can see, but, all right, Jay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Greg. I'm gonna have to bop off. I gotta go take care of some stuff here, so I'll get back on when I get caught up, but I will be gone for a while, so.
All right. So, do you have any comment on any of these concepts? Is it?
No, I think we're good because we're gonna get, once they actually get them hammered out, we'll get a chance to look at them again. So I'm fine moving forward on all of them, so.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, we will just give us a holler when you're able to get back on. Thank you. All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. I have 4 concepts for you today, although the last 2 are tied together. So the first one is tied in with actually 81.3.221. So brands that are fraudulently changed is the statute. So the department has the authority, any brands that we suspect have been fraudulently changed, altered, obliterated, so that you can't read it. We have the ability to seize that animal, kill that animal, and then look at the hide. And then in return, we have to compensate that livestock owner for the value of that animal. So this one deals with specifically the compensation of that animal. We were looking at just updating kind of the process of that. So currently it would take 3 uninterested parties. So we're potentially looking at either what animal health does when they have to confiscate an animal, or what livestock loss does when they compensate an animal for the livestock loss program. So something along those versions where you're just looking at a fair market value and I think a more strategic process of determining what the value of that animal is. So that's what that first concept is. This is a statute that we don't use very often, but there's nothing to replace it at the moment right now, technology-wise, so we don't want to lose it, but we do want to update kind of the version of what this compensating producers are if we have to seize an animal.
There is research going on some technology that will give the ability to, at our brands, international livestock identification, there were some companies that are making some inroads into identifying ages of brands. So hopefully in the near future, this will be a non-issue of having to even think about destroying an animal to identify the brand. But
yeah, that's correct.
By the same token, we need to be able to compensate if we do. So.
Yeah, and that's correct, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, they're doing some ultrasound work, and I think they've done quite a bit of work. We're seeing some advances in that technology. I don't think it's to a point yet where we fully could depend on it yet. So hopefully they continue with that effort. But in the meantime, we certainly want to retain this effort because at the end of the day, we want to catch people that are doing things incorrectly or fraudulently, and we want to be able to compensate those producers correctly for those animals.
I think that's just a situation where we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel's invented and working quite well. It's during the livestock loss. We don't hear a lot of dissatisfaction with the compensation that people are getting, I think, through that scenario. So, and animal health. So that's
the only comment I'd make about, what Jay's doing here is sort of what Ms. Simon was talking about before, is that as we get deeper and deeper into our statutes, we find these, again, this is probably something that was written long before we had the ability to pull CME up at any time of day we wanted to, access weekly USDA marketing reports anytime we want to, and had all the information and data on every sale that happened to every commission company in the state. You probably needed a committee to determine value 70 years ago, but these days, I think we can determine the fair market value of an animal within minutes. I don't think it takes us pulling together a committee of people to do it. But it's just another example of some of our statutes that have never been addressed, but were written at a very different time in the industry and a very different time in technology than where we are today.
Are you using Google AI to help?
Well, actually, the state does have some AI capabilities, but I haven't used it yet.
All right. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just moving on. So this deals with specifically when the brand, we charge or we record, we collect a fee for recording the brand. So it's 813107. Specifically in this statute, it does have a line in there where the department would do research on a brand, do the histories of the brand, and then charge a fee for the brand. Frankly, we've moved those duties over to the Montana Historical Society. They have kind of the access to do that. So we would simply just remove those duties out of this statute. So just strike basically a line or two out of this statute. And because typically right now, we can tell kind of in our systems, maybe one previous owner, but to go back decades and decades and decades, we frankly just don't have those capabilities anymore. So it's simply just updating kind of the statute. And most people that do have an interest in getting some histories, that's where they go, is the Montana Historical Society. So pretty simple concept there, just updating that.
Questions? All right, look like
Okay, just moving on. So 81.9, 402, and 421. This deals with hide dealers. I know that certainly I think we have fewer of hide dealers really in the state. The value of hides, I think, have diminished significantly. Most people actually probably they go to the landfill versus anything else. But we still do have some statutes on the books. And I think we would retain those at this point, but certainly look at what we did was reviewed the hide dealer statutes and then looked at least what are the requirements the department has on the books, and are we doing those or not, or do they make sense at currently at the time? So with the hide certificate, As you look through that statute, we were required to subscribe an identification tag that was affixed to the hide. Certainly that doesn't occur anymore, so we would simply be striking that last paragraph of that statute. So there are still requirements of what a hide dealer would need to do, and certificates that would be available to them. I think we would retain those. I think at this point, it's important to at least retain some of the structure of those hide dealers, but certainly look at updating those. And then in tandem with that, 81.9.421 was the violations that were attached to that. So if you didn't do that, so we would update that statute to strike a couple of lines there to match what our changes are in 402. So those are just kind of a simple update, I think, for what the department does and what we currently do and what the requirements are. So
I guess, Jake, I'm gonna ask, if anyone would have first-hand knowledge, you probably would. You have any comments?
Not really. I think what Jay said is all true and factual and kind of where we need to go. So.
Okay. Any other? I'm not seeing anything from the rest of the board, so I'd entertain a motion to accept the request that Brands Enforcement has for legislative concept.
So moved.
All right. A motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Jake. All right. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, we're gonna move on. So,
share the next document. So the next set of things is the budget priorities. We do have a little bit longer time frame on the budget priorities, but we figured we'd just go ahead and knock it out now. So we're prepared. And Brian's not here, so I'll have to talk about his two to start things off.
So just for clarification, do we need we're gonna need a motion to accept these. So my thought is, if there's something that someone wants to have individual motion made on, they have a comment or a question as to whether or not they want to go that way, they could ask for an individual motion on an individual line. Otherwise, we're just going to handle it as a whole.
Okay.
And
yeah,
unless there's some, because this is a similar scenario. This is not the final decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, again, we can back out of this as well. Also, there's another document that you got about end of year priorities. So we do anticipate having some excess authority at year end. So some of these we might do, if the board says yes to them now, we might do them at year end with the excess authority. Then we don't have to go to the legislature and ask for them. And so you'll see some duplication between those two lists. We'll kind of assume that if you're fine with moving them forward in our budget, then if we have the opportunity to knock that out during the last couple of months of the fiscal year, that we would do that. And I do apologize that Brian, we also have a governor's cabinet meeting today. So Brian had to go over and be our representative at the cabinet, and I stayed here with all of you, which is my preference. So he's over there listening to that. So I'll take his. So you'll see the first budget request there is from the Central Services area. So some months ago, you decided to, for this fiscal year, to put an additional $100,000 into the pot that goes to Wildlife Services for aerial hunting of coyotes. So we bumped that up from the $575,000 of per capita fee that we had been paying to do $675,000 because we had the budget clearance to do that. But if you want to continue that into the next biennial budget, then we need to establish it in the next biennial budget. So it would be increasing that from the $575 we currently pay to $675. So it'd be $100,000 of per capita fee in each year additional that would be going to wildlife services. And I will stop there to see if we have questions or concerns about that. But it's pretty straightforward. If you want to make that $100,000 permanent into the future, we have to get it into this next biennial budget.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I thought it was Mr. Chairman, I thought this was a one-time thing. I just feel that if there's a chance that our per capita budget may be going on. We keep saying that, but the cat lumber's staying up, but I don't see it down the road. And I kind of hate to lock us in. That's just my gut feeling on it.
Hey, that was going to be my comment also. I concur. So would you like to maybe, so I guess if we say no to this concept, we're not saying no in next year.
Right.
If we get the request again, we feel we have the money, we can do this. So by saying no today, we're not totally eliminating the ability to do something in the future. But if we say yes today, we're we're starting the process of locking ourselves in to this budget authority.
Yeah.
So I guess my preference is not to lock ourselves into this particular if we have the money, I think we should discuss whether or not how we want to spend the money. But I feel that we give quite a bit of money to predator control now, and we need to keep ourselves our options open. So I'm gonna back out and ask for a particular motion if you want on this one. If there's a strong enough feeling to make a motion to make this a permanent, go start the process to make this permanent, I'll ask for a motion to that, and we'll discuss the motion. Otherwise, if there's no motion to continue this as a permanent, then we will it will not move in with the next.
Yes, I guess what I would say is if the board takes no action on the item, then we consider that as non-approval.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
So when we did the per capita fee last time, we looked at the charts, and I think if I'm right, if children in 5 years will have a budget shortfall. So if we take out 100,000 every year, you know what happens next? You have to double your per capita fees to so that's straight out of producers' pockets.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's why my opinion is not to lock ourselves in, to leave our options open in this. By not committing to this, we're not going to lock ourselves in. By committing to this, we're basically going to lock ourselves into future expenditures that maybe we'll regret. So, is there anyone that wants to make a motion to make this a permanent commitment?
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
All
I'll make
right.
a comment. The wool growers they're for it, and I believe they'll bring a bill on their own. But I would hesitate. I mean, if they can get out of the general fund, great. But out of the per capita, I don't think we ought to do that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm hearing no motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I agree with Alan. If I would have been at the meeting when this 100,000 was approved, I would have argued against it at that point in time. So I agree with Alan. If wool growers wants to get it at general fund, let them bring a bill, but I don't think it's our responsibility to keep preventing more and more for predator control.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm hearing no motion to put this as a permanent request. So that item is with no motion, it will not move forward.
All right, moving on to the next one. This one you don't have to take any action on. This is giving you a heads up that the Livestock Loss Board has already approved that they want to request $100,000 of new general fund in each year of the next biennium. And the point of that is they want to support USDA Wildlife Services because Wildlife Services does the confirmatory and probable investigations for them. And right now, the way they pay for that is they pay for it they're allowed to pay for it if they have leftover funds. But if they were to spend all their money, which they haven't been in the last couple of years, but if they were to spend all their money, then they would be able to, they wouldn't be able to give anything to Wildlife Services. So this would be establishing a set amount that they would always get. So they've already approved that. And because Livestock Loss Board is an attached agency, whatever they decide to do has to ride along with the overall Department of Livestock budget. I'm just giving you guys a heads up that you will see that in the budget proposals that we move forward to OBPP, or if you get questions about it. But it's the Livestock Loss Board who has authority over that. I'll also take this point to talk about general fund, that I don't think it'll be any surprise to anybody that any general fund request will be getting very, very high levels of scrutiny. Two things that'll be happening in the budgeting for the next session. One is the big, beautiful bill that was passed with a lot of tax breaks. It is making a dent in revenues to the state. There's also the governor and certainly the legislature both have plans coming about how they want to do more tax reform, which will lower state revenues. So all of that is going to put a lot of high pressure on any general fund request. And we did share that information with the Livestock Loss Board, but they chose this is something they wanted to move forward with and see if they could get it put into the next budget. So that's what's happening with that. So that's $100,000 that is intended also for USDA Wildlife Services.
That
And
must have been after this, not on,
they've already approved it.
yeah.
I didn't see. I asked Brian to take it off. Sorry, I had it on mine, but I do need to let you guys know that is that will be showing up on the Department of Livestock budget. Just like if Board of Milk Control had any budget increases they wanted to make, that would also show up on.
Well, it will show up as a general fund request, so it's gonna get locked in with all of our general fund requests, so.
Well, all general fund requests from every.
Well, I realize that, but, you know, as a department, if we request 500,000 and 100,000 of it's here, and the department, the legislature decides, that's too much, where's the cut gonna come?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. That'll be, we'll see.
So
That's
just the only thing that I worried a little bit about. All right.
But sorry about that. I just want to make sure you know the Livestock Loss Board. So the next one that we have is brands. And Jay, you want to talk about your brand request?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So we're looking at some equipment upgrades for the brands division. We did this maybe 2 sessions ago. Included in that, so it's a total of $170,000 one time only, be per capita fees. We're looking at 3. Actually, I think I made a mistake on livestock trailers. So we're looking at 3 livestock trailers for the brands division. Out of that, probably upgrading or increasing 2 and maybe retiring 1 of those existing trailers, I think is what we're doing. That's kind of the idea anyways. It's been a couple of years ago, we did have a purchase of 2. So we're trying to upgrade the entire fleet of our livestock trailers. It's been quite a few years since we've done that. And we do have a number of individuals that pull their own trailers. So we're trying to get away from that also. So included in that, in addition to that, we also are looking at putting in some different vehicles into the livestock markets. So the market staff, as they do, either move between markets to help out or do inspections out in the field. We typically used to, back in the day when the department owned our own fleet, the enforcement vehicles would be retired from the district investigators and then moved to the market. Now, as we've moved to a leased vehicle fleet, we don't really have that pipeline into the markets anymore. So we're looking at buying some used vehicles, just half-ton pickups, lane Janes that can be placed in the markets for them to utilize those vehicles for inspections and once again move between different markets for assistance. So
Just for clarification for anybody out there, from what I understand, they do not need any upgrades. They're just a vehicle. They don't need lights, sirens, anything. It's just a vehicle to move back and forth. And the other thing, it's not practical to lease vehicles because of the mileage that they would generate. So it's not practical to go through the state and lease a vehicle to use at the markets. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we don't typically put the lease vehicles. They like to make sure that they like to replace those because they're high volume miles on those vehicles. Like our district investigators, we can rack up almost 200,000 miles on a vehicle in 5 years. And so we don't really see quite that high volume at the markets. And so that's why we were looking at kind of a bare bones, half-ton, four-wheel drive pickup at the markets. And you're correct, no light packages, no nothing, no additions, no grill guards, no, anything along those lines. So keeping it pretty just standard, dependable, low, relatively low mileage, anything under 100,000 is what we're, in the ballpark for.
Okay. Is there any questions from online?
I would just point out those are per capita fee purchases. They're also on the list for potential end of year. So if we had an ability to get ahead on some of that stuff here at the end of the year with excess authority, Brian will talk more about that during his report. That it's on the potential list of things we might do anyway to get ahead of the game. But if we can't do it that way, then we put it in and it's one time only. And really what those types of requests are sort of against the money we've saved in our reserves, right? With those, that's one of the reasons why we've built reserves so that we can do one time only capital improvements of that type.
Great.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's just a couple other things. So I did also include some handheld law enforcement radios. There would be 3 up to 5 depending on funds. And then, I did also include, there is a replacement time frame for protective vests for our enforcement staff. So building in, we wouldn't need a full 20 of those. I'd have to look to see exactly when they time out, but we would include that into this package also. So that would be the entire package.
Okay. All right. Not hearing any questions, so I guess now we're going to be a diagnostic lab. Who's going to handle that?
And I'm going to just say the document that I'm sharing just for the board, it looks different than the one in your book because I pulled an older version. So before I made my adjustments to it. Mm-hmm. So the one that's on the screen is showing the diagnostic lab split between per capita fee and general fund. But I have, your book will show that that's all per capita fee at $511,000 because I didn't think that it was sensible to probably ask for general fund for this, particularly when you're talking about new positions, given where we're going to be with the budget. I will put this back in the context. I made a comment earlier in the meeting with the board where I talked about succession planning and trying to deal with some single point failures, that the term we use in the department, where we have one person that does one job. So when that one person goes out, it has an outsized effect on our ability to continue to perform services. And the lab's one of those areas. So these 2 additional veterinary staff, and the microbiologist support position are building some redundancy into the lab so that if a veterinary microbiologist leaves, it's not that we only have one veterinary microbiologist and then those duties can't be performed by anyone else. And you may remember, and I'll give that caveat, here I am repeating, but I did say at that time that some of the succession planning ideas that I have in my head, the question would really be about, can we afford to fix those failures? And this is where we get to, is that we would be looking at a $500,000 increase in per capita fee, but it would help us build some resiliency into the lab so that we would minimize or negate the single point failures we have in terms of pathologists, microbiologists, that when we have one vacancy, it has a huge effect on not that we're completely stopped, but the types of services that we can provide are limited until we get that position refilled. But the hope would be is if you had two of them, you'd never have both of the positions unfilled at the same time. And so you would always be able to have some continuity. So that's the spirit of the request, but it is a big dollar request on per capita fee, and it kind of goes to whether that's luxury that we can afford or not. And so that's the spirit. I'll see if Dr. Szymanski wants to add anything to that.
No, I think that I think Mike captured it really quite well. I would say that the stressors that we have experienced over the last 11 months since Dr. Schwartz left, and then since Dr. Segal left earlier this year, really emphasized the need for some level of depth in the veterinary staff down at the diagnostic lab. I would say additionally, one of the things that we don't always account for is that when veterinarians become supervisors, they get other duties besides just being a veterinarian. And in particular, the two veterinary supervisors at the diagnostic lab have a lot of direct reports to them in the different sections. And so this would give us a chance to kind of spread that out and help back some of that administrative work out of some of their workloads that will allow them to do more veterinary work, in particular on the pathology side, I think. So I think there's a lot of strategy and reason behind it.
Well, I guess my comment is I just look at it, the risk that we have in utilization of our lab. If we can't, for some reason, perform testing that is requested by veterinarians, people are creatures of habit. And when they get out of the habit of using our lab, they go to Ames or wherever for their diagnostic work. It's really hard to get them back. And so that is something that I look at with a brand new lab. We got to make sure that we get the maximum utilization out of our lab, and the only way to do that is to have people in there that can do the functions that are requested.
Absolutely. And right now we're operating with a single veterinarian at the diagnostic lab in Bozeman. I don't know that it's fair to them to grind them to a nub, because of lack of depth. And it's also, it's hard on morale at the lab that they're feeling the pinch as well. It isn't just external to the lab, it's the folks within the lab. So there's a long list of reasons I think that we think this makes sense.
And this still isn't the final decision. This was just
it's not. And I would be open to the reason why it was initially done that way is because we do have general fund in the lab. And so when Brian first got this request, he split it the way we split all the personnel at the lab. We split them across state special revenue. And I should also mention, we're saying per capita fee, but if we were to see increase in lab revenues or lab fees, it's state special revenue really that we're going to pay for it, but per capita fee is the most consistent source that we can count on. So that's why we put it that way. But if the board wanted to split it and make the general fund request, if you were to move forward, I think we're okay with that too. I think the reason why I requested it to show up initially as a per capita fee request, because I just know that from what we're being told that, anything that's probably got general fund on it's going to go to the top of a cut list. And so if it's something that the board really wanted to do, it would be easier. And I think our former legislators would agree. it'd be easier if we're arguing that we're spending our money on it versus the general fund, if we really thought it was something we wanted to do. But that's why we're asking you, and it's not the final decision, we can back it off, we can change it, but we do need your approval to even consider putting it into, or trying to get it into House Bill 2.
Okay. Yes, William.
Mr. Chair, so could we get by with one additional veterinarian instead of two for now to try to make it work?
I think anything is better than nothing, so if there's a modification to that the board wanted to make, I think that's totally up to the board if they wanted to move forward, some modification of what's proposed.
Absolutely. Not to necessarily speak opposite to what Mike is saying. The thought process was one veterinary microbiologist, so that would give us duplication on the veterinary microbiology side, and then an additional pathologist, which would take us to 3. So it isn't necessarily duplication, but it is kind of spreading out that workload. And as we're the pathologist that recently left the diagnostic lab was busy. And so we're starting to tip over to that point where we do have enough pathology caseload to justify another pathologist. But one, we would still be happy with one.
But again, we can trim this or modify it later on. We don't need to go down to that decision today.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see what our deadline on the budget items are. That's gonna be like June, so we wouldn't have much time. I wanna see, I've got that somewhere here on my desktop. That's why I'm looking for it to see if I can find that document. I'm just looking for it while you're talking. I'll find it here somewhere among the things that are on my desktop. Right.
So while he's looking, Alan, you've been through that budgeting process at the legislature. So when you were looking at this $511,000, it's we're asking to spend our own money basically, but the legislature still has to agree to let us spend our own money. What are your feelings on, do you ask for the 511 or do you modify your request right from the get-go a little bit less?
I think we just go with it.
Go with the full amount, and
Yes,
is that what you?
we can justify it.
Okay.
And I would point out, I do think, if I'm hearing you correctly, Mr. Chairman, I would support that. Sometimes if you're actually gonna make the request, it's better to go ahead and make the request in full, because there will be multiple rounds of negotiation all the way to the committee level before we get approval for everything to go to full approach. Because I normally have a meeting with our section committee chair at some point where we're negotiating, and so odds are you'll probably be negotiating this down at some point anyway on this particular decision package, I would bet. So you may want to go ahead and just, if the board felt comfortable making the request, you go ahead and make the request knowing that it could get cut down as the process goes on, before we get done.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with that then? Yes, William.
So would that, but if it doesn't get cut down, would these 500 and 1,000 come straight out of the per capita fee?
But we do not have to spend all of that money, even though it's on our budget. Is that a correct statement?
Right. This would establish the FTEs and it would establish the authority, the spending authority for them. We still could come back and decide we're not ready to hire them. You would still have that discretion. Or if budget was tight, now once you hire the positions and you've got people you need to pay, then that's when you're stuck, right? But this would be establishing the FTEs and the spending authority for those FTEs and the benefits and everything. But the board could say, let's keep those vacant. You would have that option. If you were feeling uncomfortable until you saw, how the numbers in the next biennium were going to start to play out.
It's a big number.
Oh, no, trust me, that's why I'm talking about it very cautiously, because because it'll be a revenue number that we'll have to deal with moving forward. But again, it's in the spirit of.
Oh, you must have another call coming in.
These are things we need, so. But I don't think I mean, I hope you all know today, I guess I should have given my caveat that we're not here advocating, like, there's some of these that make us uncomfortable too. So we're just as uncomfortable as the board is, but we at some point have to make a decision about whether we move forward or not.
All right, are there any other comments? I guess, when we get to the end of these, if someone feels that they would like to pull one of these requests and discuss it again, or not included in the final motion, that's that's the prerogative of the board. So we're going to move on then, unless there's another comment on that one. We'll move on to the next one from the diagnostic lab.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I believe Dr. Judah is on.
I am.
Geez.
Welcome, Dr. Judah. Happy to have you. So you're going to miss lunch today, is that right?
Unfortunately, and I'm rather disappointed about it.
There will be enough food here, I think, because it looks kind of scarce here in the department. So I'll bet we'll be able to have seconds if we want. All right, go ahead with your presentation then, Dr. Judah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah. I'm the director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. We do have a list here of a couple of requests. The first one being, we received notification that there's going to be an end of guaranteed service on our hematology analyzer with a date of September 30th, 2027. And that is a clinical pathology lab section instrument. So we're requesting $125,000 in fiscal 2029 as a one-time only purchase to replace that. So that's the first line on it. Would you like me to go through the rest of them and then we can come back and discuss and take questions?
That one's not on here.
The hematology analyzer.
Got moved to, yeah, that got moved to.
Yeah, it's like the highest priority on our end of year list, because that's something that we know we're going to have to replace. So
that's this one.
Yeah, so we've already given you the high priority, Dr. Judah, we know we'll probably have at least $125,000 of leftover authority. So you may be getting that sooner than later.
Okay.
So the FPA plate reader and ELISA what's up?
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next line item is an FPA plate reader in the serology lab section. This is utilized for the Brucella testing program. The two of our plate readers that we have as redundant pieces of equipment, if you will, are going to reach their end of guaranteed service by the manufacturer. In addition, we have an ELISA plate reader, which measures absorbance instead of fluorescence polarization. Not that anyone cares, but we'll put it out there on the record. It's reaching end of life service in September. So what we are asking for is one instrument to replace all three of those. This instrument is capable of doing both fluorescence polarization and UV visible absorbance. And I will disclose to you that the one-time only cost for that instrument with both functions is, the quote is $47,000. So if I were to put this in front of the governor's budget office, I would probably put it at a one-time only cost of $50,000, just to account for any inflationary adjustments by the time this funding becomes available.
Okay. Any questions?
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, I should mention that I am open to, and just this is for Mike as well, and Evan and Brian, of course, I'm open to using EPP, end of year purchasing authority, or non-funding for that particular line item. So really it's gonna depend on what, Mike and Brian and Evan advise in conjunction, with Tawny's input. So we're kind of flexible here.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes, and the non-funding, is we're actually able to budget amend that in. So that's once we get the money, we're able to put that authority into our budget. So if you pay for it that way, or if we were to determine to pay for it that way and we were pretty sure we were gonna get the money, we probably wouldn't even need to put it in as a House Bill 2 decision package. But, I don't know, it depends on how, you'd have to be pretty confident you're gonna get your non-funding to probably take that risk, to not request it. What it would end up being is it would be a savings on the budget if we were able to pay for it a different way.
Sure. Okay. All right, I don't see any questions, so go ahead, Dr. Una.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the third item here is we are requesting an environmental monitoring system for the new lab facility. And what this would do is replace paper documentation where we are manually recording temperatures of all freezers, incubators, and water baths throughout all the lab sections, and centralize this onto a wireless system that performs data logging and monitors in real time. So this would be an efficiency upgrade in terms of utilizing a paper system. We based this cost estimate off of some numbers that we received from South Dakota State University and the system that they implemented that they're very happy with. And I think, I'm not sure whether this might be a 5-year contract under a one-time only purchase up front for $75,000 versus a $15,000 per year annual recurring expense, if that makes sense. So there might be some changes to how we present this. I'll try to get my arms around that information and see if there's an annual subscription component. I think a worst case scenario is we would be paying one time only $75,000 up front, and it would be a 5-year running contract that's fully paid for, if that makes sense.
Well, that makes sense to me, and it looks to me like you're just kind of getting into the 21st century.
Yeah.
Rather than manual monitoring.
And I do think that based on the numbers of probes that South Dakota provided, now granted, I believe they purchased their system 3 to 5 years ago, something like that. So there may be some inflationary increases. But based on the numbers of probes that they required, I would expect our needs will be less. And their system cost $80,000 for those 5 years. So that's kind of, I think 75 will get the job done. It's a pretty good ballpark. And then,
yeah, go ahead. I'm not seeing any questions.
okay. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the final line item we have here is an quality management system or electronic quality management system software. This is kind of getting into the 21st century. Most labs are utilizing one of these software packages to manage their document control, their document routing, their document storage for all the regulatory documents that are currently residing within a paper-based system for us. So this would make things easier. It would automate notifications for document review and approval. And it serves as a centralized repository of all that information to make things easier to pull up during audits, if easier for staff to access. So we've only evaluated one system thus far, and it's a newer system in this space, but I think the cost component is very attractive. it's a $40,000 implementation fee followed by $20,000 subscription fee for all, I think it was 25 licenses at the lab. So that would provide a little opportunity. We currently have 22 FTEs. That would give us some opportunity for future growth in terms of staff number. And I think $20,000 a year is relatively reasonable for one of these types of a system. So this is another line item that is potentially eligible to be paid for with non-funding. So just keep that in mind. And then potentially also end of year funding or end of year authority if we have it. So that would be another question for the finance folks.
Yeah.
So how does that fit in with the state IT and stuff?
Yeah, so this one would probably get slotted not in House Bill 2, but would actually get slotted into House Bill 10, which is the state IT funding bill. However, we still have to have the funding to commit within House Bill 10. So it's still a decision the board has to make, but it wouldn't show up as a House Bill 2 decision package, most likely, that we would be talking about during our section, but we'd be talking about it when appropriations is debating the state IT funding plan, House Bill 10. But you still have to make a decision on funding it. Whichever bill it ends up falling in, you still have to make a decision on whether or not to fund it, or you want to fund it.
And just additionally, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Brian Simonson, Chief Financial Officer.
Sit up at the table.
I've got to run back, but it is also in your end of year funding.
Yes, we've been talking about
Okay,
that, but
okay.
a lot of these are on.
I'm sorry, I just got back.
A lot of these are on the end of year list, and we're very hopeful that we won't be making these budget requests at all. That most of these, we will have excess authority from this year, and if we do, we'll go ahead and knock these out so that we don't have to ask the legislature for them. The ones that don't have ongoing, or the initial purchase costs, then we may have to figure out the ongoing cost, but particularly for one time only, it's like the hematology. That's why we put it as a number one priority on end of year list, because we know it's something we need to replace, and we know the purchase of it's a one time only, and so that would be an easy thing to do with excess authority.
Okay. All right. Not seeing any mutes come off, so animal health, I guess.
And there's one left.
Two left.
Is there two?
Go on to the next page. Oh, yeah.
The big one.
Big one. All right.
I have a quick question on the last one. So on the first one, we asked for more additional staff. So if we did the last one and all the records are digital, would it speed up what the veterinarians are doing? Would that help with?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinfelser, good question. So the quality management system, Greg can help me here, but the quality management system that we currently have is a spreadsheet that the previous QMS person did. Quality management system is to make sure that when tests are performed, they follow the specific procedure, that the results are validated, so that when we send test results out to the world, they mean something. Our QMS system that was built from the ground up by an individual took us a long way, but it has gotten to be a really onerous kind of beast. The person that primarily is hit by that is our quality manager, Casey Ming. And so this would modernize how we're doing QMS in the lab. It would benefit, I think, mostly, no, I shouldn't say that. It would benefit the operations of the entire lab. It would benefit our AAVLD accreditation. And I suspect that it would help with a little bit of efficiency in almost all positions across the lab.
Okay, that's a good question.
Greg, would you add anything to that?
No, I think you nailed it, Tani. I mean, the quality system kind of runs in the background, and while it's linked to operations, it's kind of just a parallel process. So where you would see potential benefit is by streamlining the workflow for everyone who's involved in managing the quality system. And because quality is everyone's job, that's basically everyone. So I think Tawny was correct in that, you know, it would very likely free up some time, you know, once it's implemented and adopted. I'll put that caveat on it. Free up people's time to perform, you know, more lab operations functions. So it is an efficiency provider and an organizational tool.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, 2 requests from Animal Health. The first one is is not necessarily a change in our total budget. It's a change in what fund we are paying 2 salaries out of. The federal cooperative umbrella, federal cooperative agreement that is our umbrella funding source used to be around $1 million. And a couple of years ago, we got cut back to we got cut $360,000 out of that fund. We thought that it may come back. So during the last session, we made a request to transition $120,000 of authority out of the umbrella onto per capita fee. That was the movement of 1 veterinary position. I don't think that we are going to see an increase in our cooperative agreement funding anytime in the near future or long term even. So to try and kind of true up our budget, we would like to get those last couple positions off of the cooperative agreement and fund those out of per capita instead of out of the umbrella agreement. That puts all of our personnel on per capita fee, and then we can use the umbrella agreement really for kind of our operations, the things that we do in the field on a day-to-day basis.
So just to be clear, the amount of money that we're going to spend in this program is not changing. It's just the allocation of the money, where it comes from and which line item in the budget it's into. Okay, yeah.
And these are our bison positions that we utilize in North Mammoth Zone and West Yellowstone. And so that's the specific positions that we'll get. So the positions have to have a fund source. So we're switching that fund source. And like Dr. Szymanski said, the reason it's even is because you'll use your federal dollars for operations and not salaries, but we'll be paying the per capita fee on the salaries. So switching the funds around to get them right.
Everybody clear? Have any questions on what we want to do, what Dr. Szymanski would like to do there?
And in case they're listening, we definitely need those 2 guys. So we need a fund, we want to make sure they got the fund, we want to make sure we got the right fund source for them, because they're doing very, very important work down in monitoring the bison and all the work that goes on there out of Yellowstone. So.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, our last one is our one true general fund request. This pertains to the reimbursement that we do for the Brucella program. So we reimburse veterinarians for the testing that they conduct, and then producers are also eligible to submit for reimbursement. The board made an adjustment to the reimbursement rate for market veterinarians a few years ago. This proposal is to make an adjustment kind of across the board to the reimbursement process for both veterinarians and producers, which has not been adjusted in a very long time. Dr. Peterson did a really great job of pulling this together and looking at 1, feedback from veterinarians about the increased costs, 2, looking at the inflationary rate and putting forward a proposal that we think is fair to try and kind of prevent veterinarians from having to charge DSA producers for the testing that they're doing. We want to provide substantial enough reimbursement that veterinarians don't feel like they should also, put a bill towards the DSA producer at the end of the day. So I can walk through this if you would like. It was broken down based upon how our reimbursements are, the categories of 1 to 10 head, 11 to 50, greater than 50, and then at the market. And then the last category is the producer. As you read through there, it will tell you how many animals are tested in each of those categories, what that total is per year, and then what the increase would be if we went from, for example, for 1 to 10 head, $10.50 per head to $13 per animal. Generally speaking, the lower numbers pay the highest amount because there's the most inefficiency associated with those. When you get into the larger groups, the distribution of cost of travel and shoot time and all those things gets borne out over a larger number of animals. So there's a lot of efficiency there.
So the last year, the money to pay this, because the increase already took effect, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the increase to market veterinarians took effect. I think it's been a year and a half now, 2 years ago now. It's been a while. That was a relatively small increase when you look at that subset of animals. So we just absorbed that increase into our budget. What you're seeing on the paper here shows the current rates and where we want to go if we were able to increase our general fund allocation.
And the reason why this, if we were to make this request, has to be a general fund request is we want to continue the precedent that the DSA, as a problem for livestock producers that emanates from publicly held wildlife, should be paid for by the general taxpayers. And that's why we would not really consider doing this with per capita fee, because that would begin to set a dangerous precedent. So that's why we have to make it as a general fund request. And that's why we've written it up that way.
Okay. Any questions? Dick, are you still on?
Yes, sir.
Very good. You're pretty quiet. Pretty quiet. But so is it.
For money.
Yeah, yeah. No, but this is general fund, so that's, misery likes company. So, all right. So I'd entertain a motion to accept all of the requests we have to move forward with
The exception of the
with the
census.
exception of the predator control operations. So do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept these as stated.
Okay, all right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that me and Ms. Simon and these next 3 agenda items can get you back on schedule to your lunch break at 11:30 if we just keep rolling.
So you mean we're not gonna take, you don't wanna take a.
I think if you just let us keep going, we'll get you back on schedule. Maybe ahead of schedule.
We're not.
Good.
Was that
You
right?
guys,
Well, yeah, we talked about all of those. And is there anything on the end of your list that we didn't talk about in the context of our budget request?
Captive bolt and collars. And I don't know if there's any on Jay's list.
so that's the end of the year. So you wanna go through those right now, that what you have on that priority list for end of year?
I guess what I would say is that yes, we probably do need to have the board, if you're looking at that page of the end of year request, if you would be, obviously we'll see when Brian gives us update where he thinks we're gonna be with excess authority. I'm trying to remember what's the total? on
Million.
that? It's $1 million. And so if we ended up with $1 million of excess authority, we could do everything on the list. But I guess we would be looking for board approval to use excess authority, and that would actually clear the slate on many of our, if we were able to do all of it, it would clear the slate on many of our budget requests. We'd only be down to a few budget requests. The lab staffing, the fund switch for the bison program, the DSA reimbursement increase, I think that'd be almost everything. There might be one or two more, but we would take a huge chunk out of our legislative request if we were.
But this end of the year request is basically an informational item for today. Is that a correct?
I think so. That's what
Because we need to make sure
yeah, we
the
can,
money is available.
right.
So.
But that's what the things we have on the list for potential end of year with the excess authority. So I don't know if we may not need to make a decision.
So you would, by next meeting, you will have, tighten a handle on that, or would it be into the June, July meeting?
We would have to make a decision in May so that
I
we
think-
have time to make the purchases before fiscal year.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't think there's any movement that's gonna occur that's gonna affect $346,000 in end of year. We know we're gonna have that.
All right, so what's the pleasure of the board? You want to just go ahead and take care of this today then?
Yeah, you
We
could.
could, okay, this, end of the year request as submitted. And, Dr. Samantha, you have a comment?
I don't want to slow things down at all, but like the QMS is, I don't know what you want from the lab on the end of year. QMS is in both places right now. And then there's another one-time only purchase that's currently in EPP that is not on this list. If you wanted to bring that one over, that's the $50,000.
That's, which one is that? Would that be that?
That was the replacement FPA plate reader and ELISA. So Greg would be swapping those machines out to a single that can perform both functions.
And I'm stealing Brian's thunder here. If you haven't already looked ahead to your first blue page of your budget, is projected excess authority right now is a little over $1 million. So that's why Brian's saying we believe if these hold, we've got plenty of room to make these purchases.
Just so we're clear, Dr. Szymanski, so you're saying there is another one-time only item that you would think would be appropriate to have on this list?
Plate reader?
Yes,
Yeah, and that would
be a $50,000 increase. And then,
so that would take us up to just under 400,000.
yeah, and so the only thing that would be left on the EPP would be the environmental monitoring system and the staffing for the lab. Okay.
So, can you pull this one up on?
I don't have a copy of that one. We put that in your book, but I didn't have a copy of it in.
So, I don't know.
Because we didn't put that in the public document, so.
Okay,
It's still
well,
deliberative right now, we haven't made a decision on it.
Dr. Szymanski, you want to just read it down and maybe, cause you and Jay, because like there's the Captain Bolt,
Absolutely.
most of them you would be familiar with, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, from Animal Health, it is 10 additional captive bolt guns. This will get, the last couple of district investigators, captive bolt guns into their hands and also give us some capacity for larger animals. It's like large bison, 10 captive bolts, 2,500 per unit. So a total cost of 25,000. The cost of elk captures has really gone up the last couple of years to pay for helicopter time and spotter plane. And then the way that the collar cycle works, there are some years where we only have to buy like 5 collars, and then some years we get hit with a big number. FWP does a really great job of trying to recycle collars between projects. We know that for the 27 capture, we're going to hit with a big collar purchase. And so we're trying to shave some of that expense off that we know is coming to us. So if we could purchase 23 collars for the 27 capture, those would have, I think we could use those 3 different times over the coming years. So that would help push down the cost of that.
And that's a total of
$52,000, yeah.
Is the helicopter funds figured, everything figured in that?
Mr. Chair, the helicopter and the spotter plane gets paid out of the umbrella agreement with an annual transfer to Fish, Wildlife and Parks. So that will still exist, that transfer. This is trying to spend less of our umbrella on the capture next year.
No, what my question is are these costs part of the 2274 per unit?
The helicopter cost, that
No,
would be
this
the
is
actual-
just for the purchase of the collar and the subscription that to go on the elk, and then the subscription to follow its location for 1 year. The next item is the quality management system, listed at $60,000 for the diagnostic lab that Dr. Judah spoke about. The other one is the ClinPath hematology analyzer that the 27 end of life for $125,000. And then the FPA plate machine that Dr. Judah spoke about just a few moments ago for $50,000. So that would be the animal health and food safety side of things.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for the brands division, we have one of the used market trucks that I did talk about earlier. So we have 3 total, 2 under EPP, 1 under excess authority, depending on how things work out. So 3 total, so 1 under this proposal. We are going to get 4 replacement vehicles for brands enforcement, so leased vehicles, and to outfit those with kind of the light siren packages. Typically, none of that equipment will transfer from an older vehicle to a newer vehicle, so we typically have to buy all new equipment for those. In addition to that, we do have to put on a grill guard, we put some running boards, and then we do put a 5th wheel turnover ball hitch in those trucks either. So that's to outfit those vehicles. In addition to that, also looking at getting some just hand clippers for our markets and enforcement staff too. Those are just hand clippers. We've utilized them out of a business in Butte. They're kind of handmade. They're certainly a high quality clipper. They're not cheap, but certainly we've seen some of these that still last today.
Clippers are not cheap because of time.
And we have looked at some, battery powered ones. They're just too big. They're too bulky. Typically these hand clippers last a long time if well taken care of, and they're certainly worth the cost.
So you want to put a dollar figure on it for everybody that's listening, because nobody's seeing what you're seeing here. So.
Oh yeah. So just for the costs, I'll go through those really quick again. So for a market pickup, a used pickup, once again, one that's got a few years on it but not wore out, $30,000. The equipment packages, so the light siren packages, we have 4 vehicles. That's about $8,000. A truck, we did get a quote for that, although the costs are going to go up in June. So hopefully we can get these done before that. So that would be a total of $32,000. For the grill guards, running boards, hitches, we figure once again $4,000 per truck, so $16,000 total. And then the hand clippers are $450 a piece, and we would get a dozen of those for $5,400.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the animal health and food safety component of the ask is $312,777. Brands is $83,400. And then the total of all of those becomes $396,177.
So just shy of 400,000, and Brian shaking his head that we have excess authority that will cover that without pinching the budget. So
yeah, I'm not going to be too stressed out about that at this. I mean, it's April. So.
Okay. Well, is there any questions? Did everybody clear enough for what the numbers are and what they're going to be used for? So if not, I'd entertain a motion to accept his end of year request and the funding to use excess funds to excess budget to pay for these. I hear a motion by Jake. Do I have a second?
I'll make a motion to use excess funds to purchase all this.
All right. So do I hear a second?
You need a second? I'll second.
All right. Well, we got you off the hook on the motion anyway. All right, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the request to spend the excess year-end funds on this equipment, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
All right.
All right.
Now I'm gonna catch you up.
All right.
So, under the executive office updates, item number one was a special presentation, but I don't have what I need to make the special presentation. I'd gotten a 10-year pen from Miss Donna Wilhelm, and I have somehow misplaced it. And she'd probably rather be recognized when all of you are here in person anyway, but I was going to mention that since your last meeting, Donna did cross over her 10-year anniversary. And the reason why I'm calling this out to the board is that's 10 years as your board secretary, in addition to being my executive assistant. So 10 years of great service by Donna, keeping everything organized for these meetings, not only documentation, but also logistically. So we do appreciate Donna's efforts there. And when you see her at lunch, those of you that are here, please congratulate her, and we will do maybe a more formal the next time we have most of the board here in person. The second item that I was going to address was Yellowstone National Park bison. Pretty easy. Operations is very slow, continues to be very slow. We removed less than 100 animals so far from the population. There's a commitment that they may trap some additional bulls if there's an opportunity to, but largely a big sort of whiff this year on population control through all methods, through the hunt, through trapping, just because the opportunity wasn't available. So we know we will have a growing, increasing bison population as we head into the next season.
So what is the projected number?
I'd put the number 6,000 or more, probably a little over 6,000, possibly.
Let me get my calculator out. I'm sorry.
High end of that range.
Sharing the EVP.
Oh, thank you. You take that document down. So, while she's looking that up, I'll mention that we do have an IBMP meeting upcoming here in the middle of May 14th. Am I correct on that? May 14th?
Correct.
In West Yellowstone. Any of you are welcome to come sit in the audience and watch as Dr. Szymanski and I sit at a table and go through the IBMP process. The agenda is pretty non-consequential. It'll be a report on the winter operations or lack thereof. And then Dr. Szymanski is on the agenda to provide an update on the reformation of the GYA brucellosis research group between us, Idaho, and Wyoming, including federal and state livestock officials, animal health officials, as well as wildlife officials. So she's going to give an update on that process and where that's headed and the future of those meetings. So she will be giving a formal presentation on that agenda, but not much else is going to happen.
So Idaho and Wyoming participate in these meetings?
Not in IBMP, but they participate in that brucellosis research group, all the GYA states.
I'll talk a little bit more about that during the animal health section as well.
All right.
So that's going to be on the IBMP agenda. And that's really all there is to say about bison. For veterinary diagnostic lab, I think Dr. Jude is going to talk more about the moving planning later today. Brian has worked hard to figure out the contracting and the cost allocation. So one of the things that's going to be different, we're the owner of the building. So we have to figure out how to charge our partners for their part of the ongoing maintenance of the building. So utilities, facility costs. So that's mostly going to be on a square footage, but we will be in a different situation where, for example, the MSU Wool Lab will be getting a bill from the Department of Livestock to pay for their portion of those costs. The Department of Agriculture will be getting a bill from the Department of Livestock to pay for their costs associated with the Ag Analytical Lab. Brian has worked to get all those MOU documents together and has those out to the partners. I think he's already heard back from the Department of Agriculture that they're fine with what we've proposed, but I don't think we've heard back yet from the MSU Wool Lab that they're okay with how we're proposing to do those charges and collect those monies. We've also worked with MSU on sort of how we will vacate Marsh Lab. So we do have a long lead time. I think we have until December to completely vacate everything of ours out of Marsh Lab. I would imagine we'll get it done sooner than that, but that's sort of the drop dead date. The university has said that they want to reclaim their space. And so we've been negotiating that with the university. And we're working on trying to get a ribbon cutting together, most likely in July this summer after partners get moved in. We have been pushed off now to June 12th for our take possession date. Some furniture is coming in later than expected, and it'll take them a while to get that in place. And so we've been pushed back from May 26th now to June 12th. But we will be looking here this summer. And I'll be talking to you about dates. I'm trying to organize dates with the university, with the governor's office, with everybody that needs to be involved. And so I'll let you know when we're going to be doing that. That's still in flux, but we will be doing a celebration of the grand opening of the new lab here within the next 2 or 3 months. So I'll stop there to see if anybody has any questions, but that's everything I was going to provide for executive officer updates.
I'm not seeing any questions coming from the Zoom. Jake, you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
I can make the human resources update really quick. Mike Spatz is under the weather today, so he is not with us. I did include his slides in your weekly report yesterday, so you do have a copy of those as well as a copy in your packet. I will not go through and read those to you. I think you guys can do that. I'll just stop and see if anyone has any questions about human resources. I think probably the biggest thing to note is that we will have an offer out, or do have an offer out, on our veterinary microbiologist position at the lab. So that's probably the biggest movement we've had on the staffing front, that we've gotten to the point to make an offer. So we're still awaiting final conclusion on that. But other than that, that's all I have to say about human resources, unless someone has a direct question about human resources.
Well, and each department head, maybe we'll give a little bit of an update in their department on what's happening on.
They can if you want to. We typically just do them all right here at one time when they're done.
Yeah, okay.
And with that, the next thing was the legal counsel update, which will not require executive session. I just wanted Ms. Simon to maybe just because we had talked about it publicly in the past, the conversation with Rocky Vista, just an update on where we are in negotiations with Rocky Vista. I'll just say you all are aware we didn't pull together a special meeting of the board. So I think that gives you all a clear indication that we have not reached a contract that we are ready to bring to the board for approval yet. And I'll let Ms. Simon add anything that she wants to add as the key negotiator there, the key point of contact with Rocky Vista on that.
Thank you, Mr. Honeycutt. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't really have much to add other than what Mr. Honeycutt has reported. We have exchanged some edits and drafts with Rocky Vista, and it's my perception that negotiations have somewhat stalled. We have not received, we are awaiting essentially a response back from them to see if it's something that we can reach agreement on. I haven't seen that yet.
So does anybody have any questions about Rocky Vista? I think that was the only legal item you had to make an update on today.
I believe so, yeah.
So I had a question. So remind us again, Mr. Joel, remind us again what they're trying to do and trying to accomplish,
So Rocky Vista University in Billings, Montana is trying to establish a veterinary college. And so what they need is the facilities and agreements with different people that would help them get the student experiences that are required as part of attaining a veterinary medical degree. One of those things is pathology rotations within a lab environment. Obviously, they're not going to have a veterinary diagnostic lab as a part of their facility like some vet schools might have at larger universities. So they were looking to work with us to send their students to our facility to do those pathology rotations and meet that requirement that's part of attaining a veterinary medical degree. And so what we're negotiating are things such as how many students would we be able to host? How long would they be there? Would we have the caseload to meet their demands? So those are the types of conversations that we're having with them. What kind of cost would that be for us, and how would they be willing to pay for those costs for the Department of Livestock? So those are the things that are embedded in the negotiations. that we're trying to get to. Who's going to be responsible for liability for the students when they're there? Who's maintaining their records? There's a lot of moving parts in that agreement that have to be slotted out. But that, in a nutshell, is what they're doing at a big scale, and then what they need from us as a part of that effort. Now, certainly they can work with other diagnostic labs around the region. If they don't work with us, they can try to reach agreements with other, like Wyoming, South Dakota, other labs to send those students to if they wanted to. But I think their preference has been to do business with us, but we got to make sure that it's a good deal for the Department of Livestock, and that we're making commitments that make sense for us as a state agency as a part of that. So that's the pieces we're trying to bring to that puzzle. So just a close note, as Ms. Simon said, we had a conversation with their attorneys recently. Ms. Simon sent back pretty much her edits on what we had received from them, and we have not heard from them since we sent that version back.
We had our meeting after we sent them our edits.
Yes, and then we had a meeting, but we've not heard any rebuttal from them on the last version that we sent to them. So that's where we are.
Any questions? Nothing? All right.
There you go, Mr.
All right. Well, then we're scheduled for 12:15, and we're pretty close to 11:30, so we'll just stay on schedule. We'll reconvene at 12:15, so you guys can jump off and grab some lunch. Alan, you can run down to Lily, she'll buy you lunch. Oh, maybe not. All right.
Starting the recording. We're recording as of now.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting. All right, you're just right. I'm calling this meeting back to order.
I'll put you back in my ear.
All right, okay. I'm gonna move you down the table here a ways. To the first item was Sir Brian. So with that, all right, everybody on and able to hear? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear. All right. I assume Lily you can't see her, but and Jake. So
I can hear you.
this is all right. Very good, Lily. Thank you. And so our next item is centralized services. And so Mr. Simonson, would you like to
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer, here to present the Centralized Services Division package to you. We're in tab 2, the white tab 2 for me, maybe should be for everybody. The first order of business is an annual aerial hunting report that comes out. This is our private pilots that register with the Department of Livestock for harvesting coyotes and red foxes.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I just wondered if you was.
So usually we give this report in March or February. We turned Leslie, our livestock loss board employee, took over also aerial hunting. She's going to be kind of running most of the department's predator control functions. And so we have that turnover happened early in the year. And then we have we have new charts and things to look at. Same with as we did the livestock loss board. I can't make them. They're more graphical than actually reading the numbers in there. So, but what you have in front of you on page 1 that Mike has up there is the total harvest numbers that are reported. So pilots report in I want to say January and July of every year. Every 6 months they report their harvest numbers. And so we collate all of those for the annual report. So 1,783 coyotes and 9 foxes from the geographical area there, Leslie says, were harvested in 2025. The next one, page 2, lists the 2025 pilots. We had 30 permitted, 17 reported, and then those numbers are the same. Just for a frame of reference, I did look up last year, 2024 harvest, or the year prior to 2025. We had nearly the same. We had 1,774 So just a little bit of increase this year over that time last year. The last page then is looking more forward as far as 2026. Due to the turnover that happened, we're a little late. You can see it. Leslie's got a note there at the bottom. A little later getting permits and stuff in. So we do expect the 19 permits issued to increase. Usually we're sitting around 30. Of the 30 that we usually have, it's the 17 or 19, these guys here, or guys and gals here, that are doing most all of the harvesting. So the other ones are kind of outliers to a certain degree, but our regulars that are out there doing the work are permitted and ready to go for 2026.
So I just, Powder River, of course, sticks out in the numbers on that first graph. And then you look at this next one where there's one pilot that's permitted in
Powder River. Yeah.
So
I should have some numbers here, but I think maybe one of those, the pilot in Powder River, I think one outing reported like 500 kills. So that could just be one or two outings for Powder River, depending on their concentrations. And Wildlife Services reports the same thing. They have huge, some days are just huge numbers for harvests.
Yeah, I know when they come up in our area once in a while, they play our place and they're very successful.
Very efficient.
I mean, living there, you don't realize that there's even that many there, and they're not. I don't know what percentage they're getting, but it's not a real high percentage, and they
not as much as they're proliferating.
Yeah, no, that's right. We're not going to eliminate. So.
No action required there, just a FYI for the board.
Are there any questions on that or comments? Okay.
The gray sheets, I think it's listed as page 4. If you were to flip over to it, is the per capita fee report and per capita fee and collection report. Very good numbers. This will probably be since they've moved the payment and the reporting both to March 1st. This will probably be about the only report that we see this year, because it does capture just about everything that we would expect. Anything coming in after now would basically be stragglers, or they'd be collection efforts by the Department of Revenue. So we'll probably see a jump, once the taxes all go out, we'll get some money from collections for that. But
well, looks like there's 540, just my rough math, 540 new reporters. New reports, maybe not reporters, but new reports.
Yeah, I'm showing a 4%.
Huh?
Yeah, it's less, not more.
Yeah, less.
26. No,
yeah, 26 on the left, 25 on the right.
I'm going the wrong direction. So
yeah. Sorry, you confused me there. So just going down a little bit, working down our way on this sheet. Livestock reports filed for 2026, 13,710. That's 96% of what we had in 2025. Total per capita fee reported of $4,996,000 is 98% of what we had. What we should realize, just a reminder for the board and the public, is that we had a 3% increase in per capita fee last September. So that's reflected in these, kind of why you can have a 96% report but a 98% revenue increase. That 3%
is probably right in the
for the most part, making up all the difference.
Well, it says 156,000 more, the same number.
Where's that
on the last paragraph on the bottom?
Okay, the board approved approximately 2% increase for most classes in 2026 per capita fee rate change produced. Yeah, okay, right. I didn't actually read that one. Thank you, William.
Stop. Questions on so.
So actually, that kind of corresponds pretty well like it should, because it is you're showing, the fee increase was more, there's a bigger decrease than there must be.
Right.
The fee increase took
Artificially.
care of, we'd had a larger decrease than what we.
Just looking at the cattle, head count reported was 95% of last year. But the per capita fee collected was 98% of last year. So there's that 3% right there, 2 to 3%. Most everything went down. We had a little increase in the swine and the poultry. And then of course, poultry, with their 1 cent increase had a 125% increase in their per capita fee revenue and a 7% increase in number of chickens. So, the poultry folks are carrying the water, right at the moment. Relative. The cattle are always carrying the water, but the poultry are shining on this report. Mr. Chair, that's the per capita fee report. We're looking, it's a head scratcher a little bit, but things look really good compared to last year and the last several years. We're sitting good.
So I see that we have more horse owners reporting, but less animals.
Yeah, 181 more reporters, but less animals. Yeah, I can't explain that. I'm sorry, I wish I could.
Alan used to have an opinion on that, on horses. Not today.
Mr. Chair, no action required on that report, but barring any questions, we move on to the state special revenue report.
Well, I guess the comment when you look at the numbers, it's, as much as we hated to increase the fees, it looks like it kept us kind of in the ballpark on total revenue. We're still a decrease from a year ago on total revenue per capita fees. So it's basically a good thing that we did, or we'd have been starting to see.
No, I think the actions the board took in September were very, very well justified looking at this report as it's come out today. Yes, I'd agree. Without it, we'd be having a different conversation come this September than we've had in the last couple of years. Mr. Chair, Department Revenue, the Department State Special Revenue Report. This is 2 months. Last time we met you were looking at the end of January. Now you're looking at the end of March, about somewhere between 60 and 67% of the financial year has elapsed on revenue. I'll just go down, essentially going down column D there, just looking at a few of them. There isn't much to talk about on this page. Field inspections, row 6, you can see we're $3,614 less than this time last year. We have that number over the last period, so we're closing the gap on that. Maybe by the end of the year that'll be even, but essentially it looks even at this point compared to last year. Market inspections are up. You can see there's 70,742. We gained 24,000 over the last period. Essentially, that's represents about 74% of what we budgeted for revenue coming in. So market inspections are holding their own, looking good. Investments are doing what we track, that negative 66,000. That's a 21% essential decrease from this time last year. And that's, a combination of the interest rates being lower and then just less revenue in reserve as we spend it. And that would correlate to both brands. Would really correlate to all investment earnings. So we have it in brands, per capita fee. Nearly every state special revenue account has got something in investments. Per capita fee, you can see there we're plus over what we were this time last year. Essentially, this is a little bit looking backwards. from what the gray sheet was. This one isn't quite as up to date as that is, but per capita fee obviously isn't a problem and is looking good compared to last year as far as this report's concerned. Indirects, that 158 is quite a big jump from what we usually see. But meat and poultry inspection, and we'll see on the blue sheets that we've increased the budget for meat and poultry federal dollars. And also with that agreement on the federal dollars that they came in, they adjusted the indirect cost rate. So we got a catch up on there. So about all of that 158 came in this, for meat and poultry inspection this last period. So good news from a farm bill, federal meat and poultry indirect perspective. Milk inspection and egg grading, those look just like they should. We expect milk inspection to be down over this time last year, lost a few dairies. Egg inspection continues to grow a little bit. All those deposits look like they're in now, so that's what those numbers should look like. The diagnostic lab fees, we are down 6.7%. From where we were last year, but we actually gained $30,000 over this last period. So we're making up ground. We're about half of that back in January. So we're closing that number. We're really kind of on track for meeting our budget goals in the lab. So even though we're a little down, things are still tracking pretty good for lab fees.
So Brian, but going back, I'm sorry, but on the grading, so that is, the fees are set by the federal government, and what is the fee? Is it by the egg or by the dozen or by the, how do
I'm assuming it's by the egg, but I have not been asked that question. I might, Alicia would know that, I would think when she shows up, but I'll find out for you. I'm not entirely sure. How do they charge?
By the dozen, they would think.
What's that?
They would think by the dozen, but could be
You
wrong.
know,
It might be FTE driven also.
whatever, I mean, it all correlate back to by the egg. And I just, so the criteria they use to, we don't have any idea what that is and whether or not the plans are to, are they gonna adjust for inflation on these things? How do those federal?
It's a national dollar that's set, and so Montana's relative cost of living is a little bit different than say Arizona or California. So we're growing a surplus in that because we just don't pay the salaries and that they do in some other states. So that pretty much explains it's a salary driven number. I would, based on probably a national survey of these folks.
It's probably indexed for inflation somehow or adjusted some, so there's gonna be a.
Yeah, it grows year over year. I can't remember what let's say it's nominal 2%, something like that for inflation. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Tawny. We bill an hourly rate is how it's navigated for the eggplant.
So personnel hours.
Yep, hours in plant grading.
And then we're reimbursed, that's what we're reimbursed by the hour, so the more efficient you are, it doesn't help you to be more efficient. Is that a typical government situation or?
They could go different ways, so they're doing it by FTE this way, and we're not setting the policy for this, so we're takers. Last one on this sheet is wolf donations. We took in 29,000 in the months of February and March, which is right on par with what we did this time last year. So wolf donations are moving along. Okay. I'm going to move on to the blue sheets, page 5, according to my sheet. Mike already mentioned that you look down that bottom right corner, $1,048,063 projected excess authority at the end of the year. That was probably 880,000 in January, so you can see what direction we're going. But in fact, personnel services went down a little bit, and most of that is related to an extra pay period that we've had this year compared to this time last year. You'll see that show up in the brown sheets quite a bit more, but it still affects kind of the projections because there's extra expenses in this month that weren't in there last month, and so we'll see this. The shifted downwards 146,000 according to what I looked at, but we'll make that up probably again next year or next month, or at least half of it, I would think. A pay period for the Department of Livestock is just in salaries is about $330,000 a pay period. So one extra of those, and there it affects the whole bottom line essentially. Still looking good there though. Operations, I just got a couple notes on here. Contracts, the DSA had moved quite a bit of stuff for 191,000 in testing. So that was a big kind of a mover for the period. Other big numbers in row F, rent is always up there, 167,000. Most all of that resides in excess authority and CSD for this building. So that's where that is traditionally at, and historically that looks right on cue. Repair and maintenance, row 13. The lab had about $77,000 in not necessarily unexpected repair and maintenance, but it hit this time of year, this month. So that negative 148,000, that'll probably adjust positive between now and the end of the year. But they did have a large expense. And again, a large expense in the current month usually will drive the expectations or the projections downward temporarily. Other expenses, I mentioned it earlier in the revenue, but that number actually went down, that 36,000. It was double that last time. And essentially, that was a result of that extra catch-up indirect money for meat and poultry inspection. So that's what's doing some driving of that number. You'll see it in the brown sheets more so than you do in the blue. Budgetarily, I forgot. I should back up 1 second here. So row E, a couple changes that we'll always point out budget changes when they come. So in the last pay period, two things happened. One, we got 261,000 extra in meat and poultry inspection. That was a budget amendment that came in. And the other one was that we moved 61,000 of Livestock Loss Board's personnel dollars. We moved those down into row 20. We moved those down into the claims numbers. So that budget for 211,000 is 61,000 more than it was 150,000 last month. So some changes there. The Livestock Loss Board one isn't going to net a difference for the whole overall budget, but certainly the 261,000 coming in for meat and poultry inspection does make a difference. Rows 20 budgeted funds, rows 27 on. Look at some highlights there. General fund, you can see 485,000 projected excess authority. That's most of that is in the lab. 357,000. There's DSA's got its share of some general fund, and also milk inspection is got some excess authority. That's where those come from. Per capita fee, that 306,000. That's more traditional numbers that we see every year. So CSD, DSA, or brands. That's where most of that money is residing. That's pretty normal looking. That might be the only The milk inspection numbers, those are with that general fund added last year. That number is probably what it's going to be. That's a good number now. Meat and poultry inspection, 85,000. Again, we got plussed up in that area, so that number looks pretty darn good. Lab fees did go down. We were positive last month. Now we're negative 38,000. A lot of that has to do with that repair and maintenance that came in unexpectedly. We'll probably see that number go positive here before the end of the year. But in the lab, it's always a combination of lab fees, per capita fee, and general fund to make the whole lab whole at the end of the year. So that will take place without much hiccup, looking at what we have in excess authority. Mr. Chair, that's or more so, that's Evan's projections.
Okay, are there questions? Was pretty good, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'm glad to see some end of year spending occurring. I appreciate it. I would think as we move into the next legislative session and the tightening of the belts, that we won't see those kind of budgetary increases year over year. So it's not going to get easier as we move forward. I don't.
Well, that was kind of leading to my question is, when you have a budget carryover, how does that affect the next budget cycle when we're going to the legislature? I mean, there's a point where they're going to say, wait a minute.
Well,
isn't there?
It would be a very special point, I guess would be, you'd have to see something very egregious. So I'd say two things. Nothing in the Department of Livestock rises to a level that catches anybody's attention. So even though it says $1 million there, it won't be $1 million by the end of the year. And it usually we fall in like maybe 2% is where we have carry forward, and anything, less than 5% is going to be normal. That's going to be normal business. So we look normal outside of the agency. To us, to me, when you're talking end of year spending, $1 million of authority is a lot, but in the executive branch, not so much.
According to the Department of Transportation, it's a couple hours.
Yeah, you can spend it quick. Like I said, 2% carryover is pretty good.
Oh, maybe lost Jake.
He probably hung up.
Should I call it back?
Yeah.
Like you lost me on purpose.
He doesn't answer.
Yeah.
He just goes to the answer machine.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to call out a couple points on page 15 and 16. I won't spend too much time on our comparison.
That is Fred Angus.
Yeah, let's let him call back. He called back, we can answer it.
Well, he has to make another call, he says. So I guess just for the record, Mr. Bettis is not with us.
All right. But we still have a quorum.
Yes.
Yes, all right. Yeah, so page
15?
15, so it's the end of this 10 or whatever it's called.
That's it. So just going down column E a little bit, I'd be remiss if I didn't, call out that total personnel services is $455,000. That's like a $500,000 decrease over this time over January's report. And again, like back to what I was saying, a $330,000 in an extra pay period just in salaries also translates into a big jump into benefits. So we'll see that 455 get closer back to 800,000 in the next cycle. So that number shouldn't be alarming, but it was a big mover for the period. The other two big movers is in operations, repair and maintenance, and then the next one, other expenses. I explained both those already. The lab had big repair and maintenance this past period, so that jumped up 100 to 105,000 over the last year, and then about 175,000 total in meat and poultry inspection indirects came in the period. So that definitely raised that 100 to that 164,000 you see there. And those are the two big movers. But they should, well, the other expenses, that's not gonna change, so, but, the repair, that's kind of new, but the repair and maintenance one, should correct itself a bit. Anything else on here? Looking at the budgeted funds, again, most of those are, if there's big negatives in that, they're driven by, the payroll period. General fund there of 359,000, almost 360,000. That's mostly in the lab, 330 of it, and mostly a timing issue on how we are paying. Whether the mix is per capita fee first, and then, or in this instance, it'd be per capita fee last. Lab fees and general fund pretty much coming out evenly. So a little bit more emphasis on general fund spending in the lab this go around. Per capita fee, 266, that's pretty normal. Mostly driven by payroll. Is any other big numbers here? Federal umbrella, that number looks good actually. Nope. Right now we're sitting at 866,000 total budget. Over this time last year, that number got considerably worse this last cycle with the pay period, but like I emphasized again, that should correct itself. So we'll see better numbers next cycle.
So the pay periods, are they divided on a calendar basis? So every calendar year has the same number of pay periods for every fiscal year, so that we don't ever have that odd year that has an additional.
No, there's 26 pay periods. They're every 2 weeks, and so that rolling 2 weeks, and then of course how many days in the month. Sooner or later accumulates into one being in 1 month versus the other month. I think that might happen once a year, maybe twice, depending on maybe the year. We usually see it at least once a year. We'll see this anomaly in the brown sheets go positive and swing positive and negative, comparing the years together.
September and April have 3 pay periods.
Yeah, from an employee perspective, we love those 3 paid months. It makes it feel really, really good.
Yeah, it just kind of screws with comparisons from one year to the next. That's all. On the next sheet, page 16, I just usually report some big changes that occur here. These are our budget amendments. These are usually federal dollars that are coming in mid-year. House Bill 10's on here, and then all the statutory appropriations for predator control are in here also. The only real shift in the budget occurred in that predator animal control. We finally got the 100,000 the board voted on there a few months ago. We got that into the budget there, so you can see that 675,000 in row 27. Other than that, some expenses for the 2 months that I'm reporting here. Per capita fee, House Bill 10, so that's our computer application upgrades we're doing. We spent 142,000 this last period, so that 217 had a pretty good jump in it.
Brian, is there any money sitting somewhere in the budget still for capital expenditures for the lab, or has everything been expensed out, or all of the equipment and stuff like that?
Just to clarify, are you talking about for like the new construction project?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
so that 806 row 32, that 863, that's capital expense for the lab if they need it. And then down in the known funding, there was somebody might have to correct me, but I believe row 41, let's see, I believe that is construction dollars. Both those might actually be construction dollars, or at least money for equipment and things to go into the new lab. So you can if you were looking at rows 14 through 16, or maybe just row 17 total, there's $2 million in essentially capital. Well, you'd have to take out the 15, the House Bill $10. So 1.6, 1.7 million in construction dollars in this budget. Now, the other question I was wondering if you're asking me was on the lab fees. Do we have any capital? Because what we're trying to do is hold on to lab fee revenue and carry that year over year, kind of like per capita fee revenue carries over. And we're trying to put that aside for capital outlays in the lab. And we do have, I believe we're still somewhere around $300,000 to $400,000 in reserve money there from the last 2 years, essentially.
So that, this 800,000 and then, what was the other number for? That and all is for, so you got $1 million too. So how does that fit into the budget surplus? Is there any correlation at all, or is this kind of a separate?
So this is not House Bill 2 on this page. So when we're looking at those blue sheets, all of this money is something other than that. Okay. So, come at me with that question again.
Well, I just wondered what the correlation is between, because here you have just in those two funds, there's roughly $1 million, $2 million, $3 million
Yeah.
of money that it looks in my simple mind that it's there, it isn't spent yet.
Okay, I would just change that comment just a bit, Chair, and say it's that amount of authority that isn't spent yet. And so on the federal dollars, certainly the null, that is, if we don't spend it, it's going to go back to the federal government. It's not going to sit in a bank anywhere. On the kind of the other ones, when you think about that, we're either using per capita fee or lab fees to pay for that. And so that money is, the money is still sitting in the bank if we don't spend it. If this authority, we don't use it all, we'll carry over some authority, 30% of it to the next year, but we didn't spend the money. So it's still
that's part of
still in the bank.
Part of our cash balance that we show our operating.
Yeah, all that stuff, what are we gaining here? Oh, I don't have the gain numbers. Sorry. I don't know. I think Evan might have it.
That's all right.
Yeah. So yeah, all that money is sitting in STIP in investments and earning interest.
Because, for a farmer rancher that's kind of on a cash basis, basically, having authority and, the government way of counting and stashing money here and there, and it's just it's not quite as clear as.
Well, certainly, whether if it's federal dollars or if it's general fund, that if we don't spend that authority, that is going to revert. I mean, we can't capture that money. We can't carry it over. It doesn't sit in reserve. It's all reimbursement, essentially. Just think about it as a reimbursement for what we do spend. But lab fees and per capita fee, those revenues do accumulate in the bank, or if we spend it, we spend it. Mm-hmm. Pretty simple.
Well, are there questions? Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I can't interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I was just going to point out that we did spend some lab spending. Row 42, we did spend $157,000 this in the lab on that and all ARP funding. So just for comparison, this time last year over the pay period, over the reporting period, last year we spent $73,000 of these funds. This last 2 months we spent nearly $600,000. So we have had some considerable expenditures in the months of February and March for our grant dollars, which they will expire, all of those federal ones. So we do want to get that money spent. So we're moving in a good direction on that.
Just one more. So basically, when we move into the lab, we're going to be everything we need is going to be in the lab, and it's going to be paid for. Basically, so we don't have any outstanding billing or liability, I guess is a better, for something that, so we're kind of going to start with a pretty clean slate in the lab.
I toured the lab 2 weeks ago, and the lab has certainly got. It looks like everything new, furniture wise. I mean, probably computer systems are moving over. Most of the lab equipment that's in good, healthy condition is moving over. Um, I think with the end of the year stuff, and we won't spend all of this authority. I'll be surprised that 863,000 of per capita fee that we asked the legislature for. We're probably not spending a ton of that because the lab's coming in. I won't say it's coming in on budget, but they haven't asked us for any additional funds. Their 10% contingency seems to have been covering everything that they expected to. So um, A&E asked us in the last legislative cycle to build in some cushion, and we did that. But they haven't come looking for a bill. So
the cushion is working like
it's sitting there if we need it, but we haven't had a need for it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking really good in the lab. And everything will be not everything, but most things are going to be under warranty, for a while. So we should see a reduction in some expenses, even though the footprint of the lab is so much bigger than what we're currently in that it'll be probably a net positive on operating maintenance, I would assume. Yeah. Mr. Chair, that's my report.
Okay, is there questions for Brian? Not seeing anything, and Jake didn't come back on, did he?
No, your phone didn't turn off, so I didn't want the battery to wear down, so I haven't seen the call come in.
Well, if he called, I put him on, otherwise, or that's gonna come up. So, all right, so thank you. Is that where is our next item here?
Mr. Tidwell, he's out there.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right, Brian, that's it for you.
I'm going to hang out for the Livestock Loss Board report and listen to David's.
All right, okay, Mr. Tidwell, I understand you're out there. You want to introduce yourself and give us your report, please?
Sure. Yeah, I heard my name and I was just grabbing a drink of water. I can sure start take my turn today. It's good to be with you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Montana. Just giving you our status update and kind of giving you a feel for where we are with our normal operations. Specifically, our flying, of course, is your main interest with the helicopters and kind of the challenges we've been up against with the weather. You can, I'm sure, only imagine with the wind and the weather and the way things have been this one of the craziest seasons we've ever had as far as snow cover or lack of snow cover and the wind. So we've been tracking about 10 days behind all season, and we made up a few days this last weekend. We've been flying every good day and every weekend that we can through Saturday, Sunday. So I checked again this morning, and they think overall we're about eight days behind on some of the scheduled flights. But nobody's screaming, nobody's really yelling at us right now. So I think we're hopefully staying caught up with the immediate needs. And as we've always talked, we do try to prioritize any killing that's going on. We'll try to move them to an immediate service. Otherwise, we kind of work through where people are calving and lambing and keeping up with individual needs. So, but yeah, just to give you confidence that we are getting caught up, and but it has been a crazy season overall. As far as our maintenance concerns, everything's up to date and good to go. We are at the end of a performance period of that maintenance contract. And so I was able to do the IAS request to upload the new obligations for this next full year performance period starting the 1st of July. And then we'll wrap up the books and doing the de-obligation and whatnot for this last performance period as well. So we're still pleased with our maintenance contract and the service we've been getting. It's great. Taking care of business and staying ahead of things. We were able to get the $250,000 engine in purchased within this last prior to the increase of the overall expense, going up nearly 20%, I believe. We were able to get that purchased and ready to go, and that's for 95 Tango, which we're right on the end of a 100 hour right now, and so we'll probably just at the end of this season be able to swap that engine out, and the timing will be perfect. And then 765 will also have, I think, number 3 and 4 wheels, the hot section in taken care of throughout the summer months as well. So I couldn't ask for better timing on maintenance and keeping up with it. So that should be reassuring. Kind of the heavy topics for us right now. And this is kind of a challenge to explain it all, but within wildlife services, we've been using, I always refer to as MIS, or the Management Information System. That's where we collect all of our data for reports, for NEPA paperwork, for reporting back to you all. That's where I gather all the data that we use to keep track of all the services that we provide. And we've now, and this has been in the works for about 6 or 8 years, to be honest. They've are now developed a new data collection. It's called OARS, OARS, which Operations and Reporting System, simply. But um, they've been through they've been through 2 to 3 contractors that have started and then dropped, and millions of dollars later, they finally got to a spot where they're like, "This is what you get. This is what you got to use." And take it. And that was on March 12th, and we switched from MIS over to OARS. Um, it's not it's one thing to learn a new computer system. I'm sure y'all can appreciate that, but then to realize that parts of it don't function correctly, and so we're still in that transition phase of agreements that didn't make it from the last system into the new system, in the tune of near 5,000, well, 4,975 agreements that we're having to go through one by one and bring them into this new system. And you can't enter it into work task until that agreement has been established and cleared. And so it creates quite a bottleneck and a little bit of frustration. So just to give you perspective, and basically asking for some patience and and support of frustration, but we are getting into this new system, and it the reporting part of it, they haven't developed reports yet that I can pull out quite everything I want. I can get take out, I can get some of the project summary stuff out of it, but right now we don't have all the same reporting as we had in the past. So I will do my best to kind of take what we do in-house, and even if I have to hand count that up, I'll get you enough information, I hope, to keep us going on the reporting front. But just know that that's just kind of there right now for us to to pile on to the rest of our year, how things been going. Um, and a positive note, though, next is the hiring freeze. Overall, we as Wildlife Services have been able to I don't know, exempt isn't quite right the word. They just recognize the value of our program overall, and um, have allowed us to fill our vacancies and such. So our field staff will be our full-time field staff is whole now. And then I've got 2 more summer seasonal grizzly bear position and a range rider position that we have announced right now that's gonna hopefully be filled here in the next month. And I'll this is my relief here, is we were approved to get a budget analyst hired. And then, as everything else, it comes with the strings attached, because it's it's part of a mega announcement, and there's 13 other states that are on this announcement. And so there's always the rest of the story. But the fact that we do have a glimmer of hope going forward of getting a budget analyst on staff and to kind of relieve some of the pressure that we've got going on here. So I guess well that's the big news and kind of where we're at, our status. I'd welcome any questions.
Well, I see, and everyone has seen that the grizzlies have woke up in our area. Are you having any calls yet on
Yeah,
depredation?
we have, yeah, it was really quiet, kind of a weird, well, obviously the Bears were quiet, but the whole season's been a little quiet overall. The weather has kind of disrupted some of the normal patterns, I would guess. But within a week and a half, I'd say prior to a week and a half ago, the Bears weren't causing trouble, and then we're sitting on, I think, 7 or 8 bear IRs that just hit our side of the system, and I haven't been able to process them all the way through yet because we cross check into our OR system to make sure that it's documented appropriately on both sides, and so but I do have a folder full of I believe 7 or 8 grizzly in the last little bit, plus another couple wolf IRs that all in this last week and a half. So to answer your question, yes, they're starting to get out and be busy and be troublesome.
So are they mainly in our area, or is there some other parts of the state that are saying?
No, your country starts it out every year. Starts up north in that front area, the north central front, and then works its way down through the summer. And we won't start seeing probably till even August before it really starts picking up down in the gravelies and down in that country. So yeah, your immediate area right up there is where they're all coming from.
Oh, it's comforting.
Right?
The other question I have, you said what was that, $250,000 or some such number, over $200,000 engine, and you would replace the one that's there. So is there a core on the old engines, or is there any value there, or what happens there?
Yeah, and that's a full overhaul. So we would send in our core parts and either overhaul them directly or the replacement with cores, that makes up a whole engine. So yes, there's the core aspect of it as well as new parts that come in.
So
And
basically, that 200,000 is what it costs to say overhaul the old engine that you sent them, or replace whatever you had before.
yes, that's the bottom line. That's where it comes from is, it's broke by individual parts and each part has a different time life on it. And so it's, a little more complicated in just pointing to which part at which
Sure.
time, but as a full overhaul, and that buys us, years and years more worth of work. And that probably just for sake of conversation, you probably wonder how do we write a check for all at once for that? And over time, as we fly, part of the billing structure is we charge a flat rate, which goes directly to a no year account, which allows us to bill by the hour through and collect those funds that are now in terms of the government spending and the fiscal year and whatnot, where this allows us to maintain those funds in an account that builds in times for these maintenance, the big ticket items and these maintenance items. And so not only the funds that directly come from the Department of Livestock is a part of that maintenance contract, but also all our flat rate that comes where it's collected from stock growers, wool growers, fish, wildlife, and parks. Any flying that we do gets an assessed a flat rate, which gives us that mechanism to be able to afford those lifetime parts that would need to be bought all at once and then prorated use across the um, fiscal years and spending periods. So anyway, that might be something you probably already knew, but I just make sure you understood how we do and are able to spend, large on large expenses. So that would be years of collected of flat rate that allows us to do that up to this point.
Sure. So is there questions from anyone else? I don't see anybody that has any questions there, so thank you. Sorry you couldn't make it here this time, but maybe you can join us next month or whenever we are next. We haven't scheduled yet, but we hope to see you again and have keep everybody happy.
That's
out there.
right.
I'm sure that's just the easiest challenge you've ever had, but
No, we do pride ourselves on that we respond to every need, and so we'll keep it up. Appreciate it, and thank you for allowing me to remote in. It's just my days are like right now I've got to go to my unliquidated obligation report that's due here in a couple days. So I need to use as much time as I can to and not as much windshield time as I used to get. So thank you.
perfect. All right, thank you.
All right. Take care now.
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Simonson, you're gonna give us, so and that's under tab 3. It looks like there.
Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson again, CSD, going to give you the Livestock Loss Board report. Leslie's put together, she's got 5 pages here, giving you various geographical looks. The first page is by total. She's listing total depredation losses for 2025 as 217. In her remarks that she prepared in the last 2 months, she's only had 4 producers file for a total of 7 losses. So, and nothing for 2026 so far, killed this calendar year. So, pretty slow. I'm assuming Dalen's conversations about 5,000 records to be filed has something to maybe do with that a little bit, but we haven't. It's just been a real trickle. The next page is also geographical for 2025, broken out by species.
The thing I noticed, Monterey is not a very big county when you look at the whole scheme of things, but it ends up a pretty dark spot on the map, especially for grizzlies.
Yeah.
And
19.
I guess it just fits what Dana just told us too. It's amazing why they kind of congregate and seem to be the bad actors congregate in Monterey, at least the ones that get caught. So.
I'm not a wildlife biologist. And I'm not living there either.
Yeah, well,
but yes, Mike, I'm just gonna just drive through and say the third page is showing you accumulations comparison over the 21 to 25. 2025 is second from the bottom there. So in total losses for a calendar year, so just relative to where we were over time. The last 2 pages are essentially breaking down by month when we're paying claims and what we're paying for in that, and then just some more statistics if you want to drill down into it.
Well, those claims that just because they're paid in say January of 26, that wasn't a depredation that happened in January of 26. It was
nope, somebody's just getting to their paperwork to process it. Mr. Chair, that's the Livestock Loss Board report.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Greg, we used to get there was a page that used to say by county what each species did in that county that had depredations. And I see now we get maps, but we don't necessarily have that page that just breaks it down right away.
That's true. That's a true statement. We've shifted to something more visual, and are we? Well, we can produce anything the board wishes. I mean, I don't think there's these are just a different way that we're doing it.
I like that page so I don't have to think about which counties where. I can just look at that and it'll tell me which counties, what species depredated in what county. So.
Well, I think the easiest way to address that is those last 2 pages. We could go back to something maybe a little, different than what we were doing before and generate that, Mr. Wishman.
Okay. Thank you.
The one thing I noticed on these maps, Mr. Major, and I know where your county, I can't even say the name of it, but I'm noticing that there's nothing on this depredation map for
Fergus?
Fergus County, yes.
Fergus. Yeah, once you get kind of east of the front, it gets a little bit slimmer depredations. So.
Wolves, grizzlies, and mountain lions.
Yeah, the lions.
I've seen mountain lions in Fergus County, though.
Yeah, well, we do get lions periodically. Black bears will get into honey hives, but
only a matter of time.
Yeah.
This is true.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, so animal health, Dr. Szymanski is here.
Good afternoon, board. Tani Szymanski, Administrator, Animal Health and Food Safety, standing in for Miss Love, who is out of state at a conference today. From the Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau, there's 2 out-of-state travel requests. The first one is for Alicia to travel to NEHA, which is the National Environmental Health Association Conference. It's being held in Kansas City, Missouri in August. Alicia was asked to speak at this conference. She has presented to them in the past. The organization, NEHA, will pay for her travel, registration, and per diem, so the only cost to the state is Alicia's time. Alicia did look through the agenda of the conference, and she said that there are several relevant courses in food safety, leadership, and emerging issues in public health that will provide some value to her in attending the conference.
So that on the so that the only cost to the department is
salary.
Salary. So, all right. Do we have a motion to accept that request?
I'll make a motion to accept.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
We have a second.
All right. I have a motion by William, a second by Alan to accept a request for Miss Love to go to wherever it is,
Kansas City.
NEHA or whatever.
NEHA.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, board. The second request is to send one individual to the annual NADRO meeting. NADRO is the National Association of Dairy Regulator Officials. This conference will be held in Virginia in July. NADRO provides an opportunity to collaborate with other state and federal regulatory programs and just learn about current issues and upcoming challenges. In the realm of milk regulation, I believe that last year, Alicia and who traveled with Alicia to NADRO? Alicia and one other went last year. This year they're hoping to send one employee. Jordan, our new sanitarian, will be attending this year on behalf of the department. It's paid for out of the milk budget, and then because of the timing of the meeting, we can split the travel across 2 fiscal years, which helps kind of spread the cost out.
So, and the total cost is that's the one, the $5,130, is that the cost?
That is,
Yep.
yes, correct.
And that's all out of the milk budget, so
All out of the
I
milk budget.
assume there's money enough in the milk budget to,
Correct.
Now that we have our general fund. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'd accept the motion to grant that request.
And we do that request.
Okay, we have a motion, a second.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Ellen and a second by William. Discussion. Discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I see a thumbs up from that. Okay. So I think.
That is it for meat, milk, and egg. Hopefully Dr. Judah is on.
Well, he's on. Hopefully he's at his desk.
Yeah, you there, Dr. Judah?
I am.
All right.
Excellent.
I guess you're next on the agenda.
Okay, I am going to attempt to share my screen, I believe. And let's see. And also change up the order a little bit of the items that I am slated to speak to.
Was that a request? Oh, no.
No, that was just a flat out statement, I believe. Let me see if I can find the right one. Let's attempt this.
Look at that.
Is that working for you?
Yes.
Perfect.
Can you make it just a little bit bigger on your end, maybe?
Let's see. Give me 1 second. Try to figure out how to do that. Share settings.
If I was there, I'd sure help you, but.
Ask Alan.
You should be able to go down to the lower right-hand corner of your screen, and there should be a slide there that would just enlarge the spreadsheet itself.
Lower right-hand corner.
Yeah, see that 100% on your bottom right of your screen?
This guy. Is that
There you
working?
There, much better.
Okay, is that readable?
I believe so. Yeah, thank you.
Make
Yeah.
it bigger. All right, there we go.
There you go.
I guess
Okay.
people on Zoom, can you read that? All right, I see.
Yes, I can.
All right.
Perfect.
Oh, she is awake.
Okay.
All right, good. Very good. All
Okay,
right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Greg Judah, Director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. I first wanted to make you aware of just some upcoming equipment purchases. This list has come together fairly recently. And these will all be completed by end of year is the goal. So the first line item, I've just got the line items numbered on the left there in column A, is 2 Duo Prime extraction units for molecular diagnostics. We had originally budgeted $30,000 in our non-fiscal 25 grant that is essentially wrapping up at this stage. The funding needs to be spent by May 31st. And when we spoke with the folks at Thermo Fisher, they informed us that they had a promotional going on where it basically knocked the price down from about $30,000 a unit to $16,000. So at that stage in the game, I just decided, let's just spend the money and buy 2 of them. And one of the advantages of that is we can move these 2 units directly into the new facility and not have to move and requalify the one that is currently in molecular diagnostics. So that will essentially save us upwards of $7,000 to $10,000 for that move to have Thermo Fisher do it. So the plan would be to move the unit that we currently have into BSL-3, which we won't immediately have set up to operate as a BSL-3 until sometime after the physical relocation, and then return to the preventative maintenance cycle to bring it online down the road in conjunction with the other two units. The other thing that's nice about ordering new equipment like this is you get the 1-year manufacturer warranty, which prevents you from having to pay for the first year of an annual service contract. So that's a cost savings. The second line item I have is 2 Quant Studio 5 thermocyclers, and the rationale for this is much like line item number 1. We currently have 2 Quant Studio 5 thermocyclers that are operational in our facility right now, and we also have 2 ABI 7500 thermocyclers, which are an older model that is nearing the end of guaranteed service. So by pulling the trigger on these with the new round of NOLM funding that is expected to go into effect on June 1st, we can take the same strategy, have these installed in the new facility and qualified, and get a year of free warranty service for those 2 thermocyclers. The other thing this allows is for us to trade in our 7500 thermocyclers, and they're willing to give us $10,000 for each of those units, which is, I believe, far more generous than we got the last time we traded in some units. So this will be on the new NOLM funding grant that'll go into effect, and we will try to coordinate delivery and set up and install of those thermocyclers to coincide with taking possession of the new lab. The third line item is a new hematology analyzer. We just discussed that in our this morning's session, and that'll be funded with end of year authority. And then the fourth line item is a chemistry analyzer that was built into the EPP for the last cycle, and that will replace our Emulite unit, which is currently dead in ClinPath. So it'll be nice to get those 2 pieces of equipment set up in the new lab. The fifth line item is a replacement for our FT120 spectrophotometer in the dairy lab or the milk lab. And this unit essentially replaces two pieces of instrumentation that we currently have, which is the FT120, which analyzes milk samples, and then the dairy scan, which analyzes solids like cheeses and butters. So you're able to do all these functions with just one instrument. You save on your annual preventative maintenance because you're going from two preventative maintenance contracts down to 1, which is an advantage. And we were able to get a very nice quote from Bruker that included a trade-in of our FT120, as well as, I believe, a 25% discount, which brought it down to $180,000. In the EPP, we had this as a line item for $200,000 that was approved by the legislature. So we will come in slightly under what the authority that was approved. I don't think that's a bad thing, but Brian could probably speak to that a little more intelligently than I can. The sixth line item we're looking to purchase is a portable digital radiography system, or an X-ray machine, essentially for pathology in the new lab. What this will allow us to do is scan, certain submissions, whether you're looking for potentially bullets or things of the like. It's just another tool in the bag that helps out our pathologists. Could always look at breaks and what have you of bones when situations like that arise prior to opening the animal up. The seventh line item that I just threw in here, even though it's more handled through IT and Rick's team, but we need it in order to patch in all the internet jacks in the new facility, 3 additional 48 port internet switches for the new lab, they run approximately $6,000 a pop. But we can use end of year authority to pay for that. And then Ag Analytical is going to buy another 3 for their portion of the building. So we're kind of splitting the cost to just make sure that every internet jack within that new facility is functional and can be utilized to give it some maximum flexibility. And Rick and I were aligned with that approach. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on those purchases at this time.
Well, I guess the hardwire is in there for that last request, those port internet switches. So you have the hardwiring there, so it's just a matter of using what's already there. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the ports have been wired from the internet or the IT closets to the actual ports. This is just the patching of those to make them functional within the internet closet. So this is these 48 port internet switches kind of connect your Ethernet jacks to the line that's coming into the building with your fiber optic, is my understanding. Of course, that's probably a pathetic attempt at explaining it, but I'm not an IT guy.
This is Rick Corder, CIO for the department. Greg's basically got it right in layman's terms. In order to turn every single switch or jack live, we need extra switches that will give us enough ports in order to do that. And the worst thing for us to have is a brand new building and we can't use the internet jacks because we don't have the switches.
Well, that would seem pretty crazy to me to have that kind of a building and the technology that we have today and not be able to use it. It doesn't seem.
100% agree.
So, is that correct? We don't need a vote on this. It's already through the process. It's
All
just
the
an
EPP
explanation.
was last session's EPP items that we're now purchasing this by, and you already approved the end of year authority earlier today. And the non-funding is we've already had a work plan for that, so I don't think you need to approve anything on these.
Okay, so this information, so anybody have any more questions on how to do this? What he's gonna spend that money on, or what's already been approved, I guess, just an update. All right, let's move on, Dr. Judy.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The next thing I'll touch on, since I've got this screen already up, is we just received the notification of the next non-funding cycle. I believe it was last week. I can't remember the date it's due, but I think it's due next week on potentially Tuesday. It may be the 28th. So in preparation for that, we did, and I believe I notified you via Mike on a weekly update that we have $350,000 combined of non-funding and farm bill funding. And the restrictions on the farm bill portion are more, I guess you would say, lenient this year than they were last year. In that last year, the only 2 buckets that we could essentially spend within were personnel costs and benefits, as well as travel. This year, they've opened it up to equipment and pretty much anything that's eligible for non-funding, which was nice because it gives the labs a lot more flexibility to support their operations. So knowing that we had $350,000, I just started jotting down a list of, I guess, items that this could be spent on, just to make you aware, because we're going to have to turn and burn and putting this financial plan together and submitting it back to NOM. The first 2 line items on here were discussed this morning, and I believe there was a vote to potentially purchase those with end of year funding. So I redlined those out. But I just wanted you to show that they were originally on here. My total there of $312,500 does not include that $110,000 that's redlined out. So the first line item would be the line item 3, the 2 Quant Studio 5 thermocyclers, which I discussed in the table below for upcoming equipment purchases. That will definitely be included in this NOLM plan, so to the tune of $80,000, give or take. We are reaching the end. So the 4th line item, the CWD machine as a liquid handling robot. Biorad has set a deadline for end of guaranteed service on that 1st generation machine. Unfortunately, there's nothing wrong with it. But we figured it may be a good time to buy the 2nd generation machine that'll be supported into the future. Plus it gives us a little bit of redundancy in the event one of the machines goes down. We definitely do not want to fail our partners at FWP and not be able to provide them results for their hunters. I baked in a line item number 5 for service agreements to the tune of $70,000, and that we may actually increase that because we've added some equipment that is pretty costly to maintain on an annual basis. I believe we've discussed some of the line items, but you add in something like a Maldi, you're looking at $30,000 a year just to do preventative maintenance on that one instrument. So these things are fairly pricey. The line item number 6 is just brainstorming. We are going to ultimately need a winch for BSL-3 necropsy. We could probably get one for maybe even less than $2,000, but I threw it in there anyways, just so we don't lose sight of it. Line item number 7 is a microplate reader, and that is also associated with the CWD testing equipment. So that's their microplate reader. The one we currently have is reaching end of service as well. So that works in conjunction with line item number 4. And then I added in 3 site visits for ATC to work on our VADs, customization, new projects as they become available. And we've been adding in 3 to the NOLM plan, 2 to 3 to the NOLM plan for probably the last 4 to 5 years. So gives us the flexibility to move quickly when we need something done of a more technical nature and not having to burn our own resources on it. So that's what I got right now. There are some other line items that we will discuss in the next week here as we build this out. In the past, we have also put some supply orders in here, like CWD testing kits, in order to reduce or to fund our supply spend, especially since it has increased in recent years. So that's another option. So I don't think we're going to have much trouble spending this $350,000 at the end of the day with things that make business sense for the laboratory. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions?
And Mr. Chair, just so the board knows we put these work plans out there, not necessarily because they need approval, but we have had experiences in the past where we didn't bring these work plans forward to the board, and maybe somebody who had federal dollars was planning to spend those federal dollars in a way that a board member questioned. So this is, a lot of times, like Dr. Judah said, we get these very short cycled funding notices. But when we like to get the work plan, just in case there's anything on the list anybody has a problem with, they can raise it, but it doesn't necessarily need approval. We're going to get this grant. We're going to have to spend it on something, but just wanted to make sure that the board didn't have any problem with how Dr. Judah is or what he's planning to put into his work plan to justify getting the dollars from the federal government. And it does help us. It does take a lot, as you can see, it does take a lot of funding need off of our House Bill 2 and helps us use federal dollars, so we don't have to spend state dollars.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm not seeing any questions or comments, Dr. Judith, so, now that you told us, all the things that you already have money for, I assume that, there's still a request for money, a request for money from this board.
Now that I've disclosed to you how I'm going to spend over $900,000 in the next year, just like that. Okay. So with that said, we'll move on. And next thing I would like to present to you guys is kind of a draft of the moving plan and some of the things that we need to consider in the next several months. So I'm probably going to need to blow this up, correct?
Well, so you did jump around a little bit. All right. Yep, I'm sorry.
We're not seeing it yet.
Oh,
No. Okay.
no, we're still on the spreadsheet.
Let's see if I can reshare. Okay, let's try this. Is that visible?
You could make that a little bit bigger if you can.
Okay. All right. So this has been a little bit challenging because we've had the goalpost move several times in the last 2 months in terms of completion of the building. Just so everyone's aware, right now, Swank is projecting substantial completion of the building. I believe it's the middle of June. So I think it's the 12th or the 15th. The reason being that there was a large amount of furniture that was ordered that has to be delivered and assembled. So that pushed the timeline back a little bit. I fully expect that the wool lab may be moved in by then. And I expect that Ag Analytical is going to try and attempt to move as soon as possible after that middle of June date. On the other hand, we currently have a regulatory response due by the end of June to AABLD. And I've been in discussion with Tawny about potentially pushing our physical relocation back until that has been submitted, just so we're not stretched too thin or distracted. I think that's still up in the air, and certainly can, more discussions to come, but that's kind of the current thinking. So this moving plan, we've got a few components of this. There's communication to clients, there's communication to couriers, and everything that goes with it. We want to get out multiple points of communication throughout the next several months, so no one's caught off guard. We also have a big request as part of the memorandum of understanding that Brian has been working on with MSU to allow us to retain our main phone line and main fax line, because that would be a major headache if we have to change our telephone number. I think Tawny would tell you that she's known it for 25 years or something. And I think it's ingrained in everybody's head, and it's going to be an issue if we have to change it. So it seems MSU is open to that at this stage in the game. Just be aware that when I first brought this up 2 years ago, we were told no. So there's probably still some negotiation left to take place. But I mean, if MSU wants to repurpose one of those numbers, I'd say good luck to them, because they're going to get blown up by veterinarians across the state in some random office. So the second point, component of this is the physical relocation of equipment. What we would like to do is do that over the course of several weeks leading up to the final transition, which entails boxing stuff up. I'm going to be encouraging lab sections to do this in waves if they can, if they have excess inventory that can be taken over in advance, like testing kits and things of the like. Those are the types of things that we can move in advance. We are planning on hiring a moving company or a local, some type of a local outfit, like we have done for setup of the biological safety cabinets, on creating the deli fridges. So we just did that recently. So all of those are set and in place now in the new facility. Those are detailed down on line items 21 and 22, or rows 21 and 22. And then there's also certain lab sections will have equipment that has to be relocated and or qualified in the new facility by the manufacturer. And so some of these line items would include the Maldi. Bruker's we're going to have to move it because they won't move it, but they will help us crate it. We'll move it, and then they will set it up and requalify it. And anytime you're getting involved in manufacturer, you can see you've got a cost associated with that. This $7,500 is currently an estimate for Bruker because they have been, we've asked them about 3 to 4 times for a quote and still haven't received one. I'll just put it that way. We do have quotes for a lot of this other stuff, like the robot and serology. That's a $6,000 cost to move and requalify. And then you'll see in molecular this $33,000. If we were to not purchase the Duo Prime extraction units and the Quant Studio 5 thermocyclers, this number was originally quoted at almost $60,000. So we're almost cutting it in half by just ordering new equipment instead and putting those dollars towards the new equipment. So I figured that was the fiscally responsible thing to do. But we just need to get them to get on their schedule. We do have to do some qualification of things like biological safety cabinets. So we ordered 15 new ones in the new facility. They're all currently in the new facility in place, but they do have to be qualified. There's a group out of, I believe it's Thompson Falls or Plains, Montana, named Asepsis that does that for us, and we'll just utilize them to do that. On the IT front, everything is going according to plan. Rick mentioned the switches. Barry Wall with State IT has already done the wireless access port mapping, and they are installing wireless access ports at the moment. So we should be fully functional when we do the physical relocation for wireless access as well as the wired access. We have done, ATC has done the Midas migration. So this is, I believe it was wrapped up yesterday for all intents and purposes, and that will eliminate our need to have the dedicated state server. Everything's now hosted on a cloud, or Midas will be hosted locally on a computer. So that's some cost savings associated with that, but it was good to wrap it up. All in all, right now, I put in moving charges of $10,000 here in line 30. That's a complete spitball, admittedly. So far, we have spent approximately $8,200 on relocation expenses, just mover expenses. So that was to have crews come in on 2 separate occasions, move equipment into the facility and set it up, and then a separate visit to move equipment into the facility, and then to uncrate large items that were on pallets within the facility already. So we're looking at 61,000. It could go up or down. I don't have an exact number for you right now, but as Brian pointed out, we do have plenty of authority to make this move happen. And that bucket, I believe, of was it 800,000 and change? This is where that funding will come from in terms of the spending authority. Just so you're aware, that number is so high. One of the reasons is because they pulled the casework, which was originally a line item in that EPP, and A&E had submitted a separate independent request to pay for the casework, which was approved. So we kind of had redundant authority approved. We may not end up spending it all, but I will work my best with Brian and Evan to do whatever's prudent that we need to do to get these facilities moved and operational. What else should I touch on here? That's probably it in a nutshell. As I said, this is going to evolve. I may provide subsequent copies of this via mic to you guys as new line items arise and additional detail gets flushed out.
Dr. June, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking the timing setback that we're experiencing from the contractor may actually be a benefit for the lab because of the workload and the timing of the workloads. Is that are you seeing that? I just think about the spring calving and lambing season is going to be pretty well complete. So the urgent results that producers are anxiously awaiting maybe are going to be passed by the time you are. I'm assuming that you're going to be down some areas for what are you assuming on downtime for areas?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think you make a good point, but we are also cognizant that we're threading a bit of a needle. So if you move post regulatory response, say end of June, you don't want it to bleed into August and September, however. So it has to get done. But it is a period of time where we are a little less busy during the summer. So I think it could work out well. In terms of downtime for sections, I think it'll be minimal in terms of the overall sections. That said, there may be some testing, either assays or pieces of equipment that may take a little bit longer to move and requalify, depending on getting the logistics all worked out. So we'll just have to mitigate that the best we can as we get closer to the date and start to lock in some of these OEM visits from manufacturers. One of the things we're going to want to do is if we have the ability to get a piece of equipment moved in advance of, say, the end of June, we may go ahead and do that. For example, right now, we're currently not utilizing the TCAN robot in serology. It's got a do not use, it's tagged out of operations. We could move it at any time and have the company that does our preventative maintenance come set it up in the new lab, and it can be ready to go for whenever we move in there. So those are the types of things we're thinking about in terms of timing, staging the move. We can probably move 2 of our current 4 thermocyclers to the new lab and get them qualified before we even begin performing PCR, molecular diagnostics assays in the new facility. And that would allow us to just shift over pretty seamlessly the second that samples start arriving at the new facility. So we really want to try to minimize it. I'm going to be working with the individual lab sections to try to outline in more detail exactly what that looks like in the coming month or two. But I don't anticipate that we're going to say something like we're shut down for two weeks, don't send samples. That would not be ideal. I think we want to try to end operations and sample deliveries in this facility, the current facility, on a Friday, and begin receiving samples say on a Monday at the new facility. So that's the goal. At least that's my goal for this.
Okay. Have any other questions for Dr. Judah on lab move-in or?
Did the incinerator get set up and done? And
Yes, great question. The incinerator is set up. It is functional. They did the refractory cure. We did get DEQ approval of the air quality permit on, I think it was Friday. Yeah, the 17th. That becomes official on May 5th, at which time Matthews International, who is they acquired Thermtech, who's the manufacturer of the incinerator. They will come back out and do a training with staff and do a full burn of actual animals with the permit in hand, that are currently stored in the cooler next door. So that's the final phase. I believe that is scheduled for May 11th. That initial burn. So that it's looking good on that front. I believe the overhead rails are all functional. The walk-in cooler is functional. So it's really coming together in terms of the new facility. There are still some punch list items that need to be addressed. One came up this morning that we have a dishwasher over in prep that's going in, but it didn't get plumbed for hot water. So we're dealing with items like that were overlooked. They're still arising. We've got some keypads that are on the wrong side of an access door that need to be moved. It's more little things like that. I have not heard of any, I guess, catastrophic failures or delays in any of the mechanical systems outside of little things like that.
okay.
All right. Okay, Dr. Judah, I guess felt like everybody's on board, looking forward to, I'm really looking forward to coming down there and seeing the new plant all, basically in operation, and when we finally get to cut the ribbon and go full bore. But I'm anxious to see what you're gonna have to work in.
It's going to be great. I think it shows really well, so you guys will be pleased. Okay, now on to the last item. Let's try this.
They've got that in their package. You don't need to share it, Greg.
Oh, perfect. Okay. The last item I have is for the board is an out-of-state travel request. I believe the employee traveling will be Kaylee Schrader. She is in the microbiology lab section. And this is a National Poultry Improvement Plan training or workshop for salmonella. It was last offered 3 years ago. We sent Brian Eilers at that point. And in order to be in compliance with NPIP program standards, you have to send a person within 4 years that is actively engaged or involved in the testing at your lab. So with not knowing when the next one's going to come up, it's probably in our best interest to go ahead and send Kaylee. That'll also give us 2 people that are trained at least for the next year in the event one of them gets hit by a bus. So it gives us a little more redundancy with our staff. This workshop is scheduled for June 9th to 11th in Gainesville, Georgia. And then I have provided a cost estimate. The registration's spot on. The others are estimates, admittedly. I try to overshoot these, so you're looking at a total that's likely a worst case of what you're approving. And the source of funding for this, we're proposing to be the MVDL's annual travel budget, which I don't recall exactly what it is, but I think it's in the ballpark of $6,000 to $7,000 annually. I do believe this might only be the second trip that we have taken out of that budget. The rest were funded with non-funding.
Well,
So we
basically,
should-
there's budget funds available.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I entertain a motion to accept the request for out-of-state travel.
Make a motion.
All right. Well, motion by William, do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Is that Greg? Or Alan? Alan, okay. I have a motion by William and a second by Alan to accept the request for out-of-state travel from Dr. Judah. All in favor signify by saying, discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign, motion carried. And that, is that it, Dr. Judah, with?
That is it, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your time, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, and looking forward to seeing you down there. All right, Dr. Samantha, I think you're back on the agenda. Or do you wanna, take a quick?
You wanna take a break again?
I can use that. Glass of
You
water
can
or
use a
something, yeah. So,
Take a quick
we'll take a,
break.
we'll reconvene at 10 after.
All right. Well, I'm getting and your recording of that.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. Eric, can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, says you can, so I assume that everybody else that's on Zoom can also. I'm gonna make that assumption. We have a quorum.
Mhm.
And, with that, Ms. Simon, do you have a announcement that you would like to make or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to state, like, since this meeting was commenced, we've received written direction from the governor's office about they would like us to advise our board members to not use artificial intelligence tools during virtual public meetings that take notes, transcribe what has been said, or summarize what has been said. My understanding is the concern here is just having alternate versions of official records and recordings. We want to make sure we just have one record of what happened, and we don't want artificial intelligence versions that maybe didn't transcribe things correctly floating around there. So if on the off chance that any of our board members are currently using any kind of artificial intelligence tool for this meeting to take notes, to transcribe it, or to summarize it, we would ask that you immediately turn that off and refrain from using those in the future.
I think that was specific to you, Alan. Oh, no.
I'll just have to shut everything off and go outside.
That doesn't sound so bad.
And I don't know if Lindsay addressed that, but the memo, we just did receive this memo like an hour ago. So we didn't have a chance to do it, but it'll be something we do at the beginning of our meetings
Yes.
from now on. It should happen at the beginning of all state board meetings until there's a policy on this. But it also says we're supposed to advise public participants that they should not use those as well.
Right, I think or record it in alternate means,
Right.
yeah, other than the official recording will be available on YouTube of a
Yes.
true and accurate
Mhm.
representation of the meeting.
All right.
Done our due
Okay.
diligence there.
Yep, all right, we're gonna get back to the agenda and, Dr. Szymanski, we're in animal health.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tony Szymanski again. I think Dr. Kalazak will be joining us shortly. She's finishing up on a.
She's right behind you.
Oh, you snuck in. I didn't even see her come in.
Go
You
ahead
gonna
and
come in and sit?
come up, there's plenty of room at the table today, so. you-
Sorry, Emily. I'll give a couple of updates and then kick it over to Emily for the travel requests. I will try to be brief on these as well. I think that some of them are really interesting. So we have been working pretty hard over the last couple of years to push USDA ARS, that's Ag Research Service, to maintain brucella as a priority in their research work, and have been able to sit down and meet with them a couple times to talk about research that we think would be valuable. And so they have a couple of objectives that they've identified that they'll be working on going forward. And one of them I wanted to share with the board because it's something that we'll be talking about with industry going forward. It's going to change some things on the landscape for us. So they have approved an objective where they'll generate knowledge to inform decision-making on the risk of infection from seropositive animals. What Montana, Wyoming, and to a lesser extent Idaho has noticed over the last couple of years is that what we routinely find are seropositive females in the fall that are still pregnant. We think those animals are low risk. We think that the vaccine has helped keep them pregnant so that we're not seeing abortions. But because we remove them from the landscape and euthanize them and collect tissues on them, we don't actually know what would happen if we left them alive. And so ARS is willing to purchase those animals, transport them to Iowa, put them in high containment, keep them alive, and then follow them through their pregnancy so that they can start to characterize what the risk of these animals are as far as intra-herd transmission. If they have a female offspring, they will keep that female offspring alive, and they can follow her out to see if she becomes a latent heifer. So just an opportunity to get some additional information. How that changes things here in Montana is that we have historically been a state where if we do not culture the organism out of an animal, we do not consider a herd infected, we are going to lose our opportunity to culture those animals if ARS purchases them and sends them out. I think that we just have such a strong group of producers in the DSA that I think people will get on board with contributing to research and trying to kind of move the ball forward on how we manage brucellosis. But we will be looking at, for some of these animals that are in that profile of high FP value, BAPA positive, CF positive, that kind of fit all of the hallmark test indicators of an infected animal, to take them through the process of working through being an affected herd. When those animals hit Iowa, they will be tested every 2 weeks while in high containment. So we'll be able to follow what their serology is doing to support kind of our ongoing actions. So this is something that we're very excited about. It's going to be certainly a little bit of a difference. We believe that USDA ARS will have funding to purchase these animals from producers at a fair market value, so similar to what we purchase, as well as funding to transport them to Ames, Iowa, to the containment facility. If that funding, if we get more animals than we expect and that funding becomes lean, we would still look to the board and the indemnity fund to try and pay for those animals to get them into those research channels.
So, a question on, so these are pregnant animals that are going, so there will be an offspring. So then what happens to the offspring? I guess a couple questions. I assume that the offspring at birth, they're either going to be positive or negative. Is that?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, that's a great question. So one of the hallmarks of this disease is that the organism is able to hide and kind of evade the host immune system. And so that's where latent heifer syndrome comes into play, is that animals that are born to infected dams sometimes won't test positive until they grow up and become sexually mature. That's one of the things that influences the protocol that we have for female bison that come out of the park, and that they have to be sexually mature and deliver a live calf. We don't think that the rate of latent heifer syndrome that was seen in the 60s and 70s when we had intra-herd transmission in our domestic livestock herd is the same potential risk that we are experiencing now, where we have eradicated it from the livestock herd and we have occasional spillovers back into livestock. So any animals that are born in containment cannot come out of containment. If they are bull calves, I suspect that they will be euthanized before they get too old. But females will be kept alive. They'll be allowed to grow up, and they may even be bred to see what happens when they have calves of their own.
I guess I was just thinking about the
Oh, I'm so sorry. I totally missed that.
Yeah. Well, no.
So she would go as a bred female, similar to what we indemnify. Yes, I'm so sorry. I missed.
No. You answered I have two questions.
Okay.
And you answered the one exactly
Okay.
like I envisioned, but also second question was, right now we're indemnifying for a bred animal.
Correct.
But we're not thinking about offspring. So, if there's going to be, for just a great commercial effort, it's not that big a deal. But if it happened to be a registered animal that was fairly high value, registered animal bred to a fairly high valuable registered bull, then if there's going to be offspring that comes out of that program, then there might be some other.
It might be different, yeah. Mr. Chair, we're hoping that USDA ARS will be able to use USDA APHIS Veterinary Services indemnity tables for like when we depopulate an animal because of tuberculosis. So they won't be, they're never really the true value of the animal, especially for high value animals, but it is substantially better than the $250 that USDA currently offers for Brucella reactors. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the other research priorities, it doesn't maybe touch us directly, but it pertains to trying to correlate what serological status in elk, how that translates to culture status. So we don't have really good information on that. So they'll be reaching out to wildlife agencies in the GYA to try and collect more robust samples from elk to try and say this serological profile in elk is consistent with culture positive status. That will long-term benefit us, however, because when we do the live elk captures, the only results that we get on those animals is serology. We don't get any culture information on them. So it'll help us make more informed decisions. So we're just excited to see ARS moving forward on some Brucella projects. All of their previous ones have been sunset, including some depopulation of some long-term herds that they've had out there. So this is a great direction. The second item, board, is the brucellosis working group that we had spoken about, that Mike mentioned earlier, and that I've talked to the board about before. We are working through a research review following the meeting that we had last fall, trying to just kind of get to a current data set as far as what we know about the disease in bison, in elk, in cattle, transmission, diagnostics, kind of a host of categories, then be able to identify some research priorities going forward. There's a lot of things happening in parallel. One of those is we were made aware of a grant through NEFA, which I don't know what the initials for NEFA are. I apologize.
National Institute for Food and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mike. Mike to the rescue. NEFA is who administers the Veterinary Medical Loan Repayment Program. So this is a grant that NEFA puts out on an annual basis. Looking through the conditions of the grant, we think that a Brucella project would fit really nicely with the objectives. The minimum award for the NEFA grants is $1 million. The high end can go up to $10 million. There's ways to kind of strengthen your application. So there's applications that partner with other agencies, universities, state and federal, private entity. And so we have brought together a group that includes Montana State University, a few of the researchers there, obviously the Department of Livestock, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, the Wyoming Livestock Board, U.S. Geological Survey, USGS, and then USDA ARS. And we'll be working over the next several months to put together a grant application for next year that we hopefully will land and can maybe do some really cool research here in Montana associated with that. Additionally, and I think I've mentioned this before, so I apologize if this is a repetition. One of the Brucella researchers at Montana State University is the current president of the International Brucella Society. He is currently, Dr. Skyberg is working on planning the annual meeting in Bozeman that will happen in October of this year. We're hoping to kind of hold our brucellosis working group meeting up against the International Brucella Society meeting so that folks can take advantage of both. But there's also some coordination on some specific sessions that will bring some of the Brucella researchers and the Brucella group together to have conversations. So hopefully some good positive things will come out of that. Next up is just some brief updates about Wyoming and some upcoming rule changes that we think they will have out for public comment in May. The Wyoming Livestock Board recently voted to approve removing the brucellosis vaccination requirement from the eastern half of Wyoming. So this is something that they have been working on for a substantial amount of time. So this will be, I think they're working to try to incorporate some of similar language that we use. So they're really trying to focus brucellosis vaccination in areas where there is risk of exposure to brucellosis exposed elk. They will get rid of their Brucella import requirement. It will really just, again, like I said, focus on vaccinating animals in those areas. I think that's a great win, just trying to be really targeted with our regulations. The other one is Wyoming. We've talked about this before as well. Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming all define our risk periods for transmission of Brucella to livestock at slightly different dates, which is very confusing to explain to somebody why, if you cross a state line, the risk of Brucella changes. It absolutely doesn't. We just have to navigate within the systems that each of our respective states has. Wyoming is going to be updating their dates for their risk period to mimic ours. So they're currently at, I think they're February 1 through June 30th, roughly. So they're going to add 30 days or 15 days to the end to get out to July 15th, and then they're going to back up to January 15th. So it will be nice to have kind of the two states with the majority of the DSA in the greater Yellowstone area match. I don't know that Idaho's industry is interested in shifting, but they definitely are the smaller state as far as the GWA area is concerned. The last item is just a quick update on ADT tag distribution. Last year, we had 265,000 no-cost RFID tags from USDA. Those came kind of a chunk early in the year and a chunk late in the year. That group that we had late in the year, plus the 109,000 tags that the board approved purchase of, got us through the fall and winter vaccination season. Now into 2026 and looking forward, Montana has not received any of our fiscal year 26 allocation of no-cost RFID tags. We expect that allocation to be at least another 265,000 tags that should be coming in the coming months. Additionally, we've been told that Congress allocated an additional $2.5 million for tags and directed that the emphasis on those tags be used for brucellosis vaccination. So we expect we should get an additional kind of bump once USDA is able to utilize that money. The department also has on hand 10,000 RFID tags that we have tucked away in hiding for an emergency disease response. We have 20,000 tags that we were able to purchase with residual ADT funding as we ended the 25 cooperative agreement year, and then 43,000 tags that were transferred from Tennessee. So we have 63,000 tags plus the hidden 10 for an emergency here in office, and we expect to get at least another 265,000 this fall. All of that to say that I expect going into the fall, we should be able to do at least a similar allocation to veterinarians of 70%, hopefully better, of their tag needs for brucellosis vaccination. We'll be able to provide some tags to markets to support tagging of animals that are moving through markets and require official identification for movement out of state, and then an allocation of tags to DSA veterinarians to cover the tag losses as they are working through brucellosis testing animals in the fall. So I think we're sitting really nicely on brucella, on tags in general. And then just one very brief item. We got notification that on the 19th, Mexico diagnosed an additional case of New World screwworm in a 1-month-old calf in Nuevo Leon. That animal is just 66 miles from the U.S. border, is now the most northernmost active case. So it just continues to kind of creep its way forward. It was in an umbilical lesion in that animal. So just continued to lots of focus. The flies are there. Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. The number of cases that they've had in those areas, you know, from what did it range from about 210 to, I think the most recent one was like 80 or 100 miles from the U.S. border, that we're seeing the number of cases that we are in that area. There's an active presence of the organism there. So continuing conversations about New World screwworm preparedness.
So what's the status of the production facilities for the flies? How close are they to?
So the facility that they, the distribution facility in Texas, Moore Air Force Base, should come online later this summer, July, August. Is that right?
September 27th.
September, is that September?
Not September 26th, 27th.
That's, so the distribution, so they will just fly flies there from a production facility, and then they can be distributed from Moore Air Force Base. That should come online later this year. The production facility, which will actively produce sterile flies in the United States, that is the one that they just broke ground on in Texas. That is supposed to come online with the initial, I think, 100 million flies per week. That will come online in fall of 27. And then once they get it up and operational, they'll work on a second phase of expansion that I think eventually will take it to 300 million flies a week is what the projected capacity for that one is.
So with that fly that close to the border, so what, Mexico, they're still putting out flies.
Correct.
And so have they adjusted their area that they're concentrating on or? Yeah,
so this detection is in the polygon that they are currently distributing in. So I don't know that they have to make a further adjustment with this detection, but those polygons that they are flying where they're distributing flies includes Southern Texas. Like, I mean, they're distributing the sterile flies in the U.S. at this point in time.
And I just, a correction, I went back and found the email. So on the new production facility, initial operational capability is targeted for November of 2027. And should eventually reach a production of 100 million sterile flies per week.
That's a lot of flies. How do they hold? How do they process those? And how do
they make sterile flies?
No, how do they ship them? How do they?
There's Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsusser, there's actually a decent video on the for the facility down in Panama. There's actually a reasonably short video that explains the process. I would be happy to share the link with the board so that you could kind of see what the workings of those facilities look like.
Do that, please.
Yeah.
And
there are like lots of sheets in racks, similar to like where you see the chicks in the cages. Like they're just sheet after sheet after sheet.
And I may have misread that article, but they have figured out a methodology to produce 100% male flies. Is that correct? So
they have a methodology, yes, that they think will produce 100% sterile flies. It's through the use of a chemical, a pesticide. They just published a notification that's open for public comment through the EPA that would allow them to move forward with that process.
But then you wouldn't have waste, right? When you're producing flies, they're all...
It's more efficient.
It's more efficient.
Yes.
Pretty crazy.
That is great.
So,
It keeps coming.
questions?
Yeah, I do. Tony, what's the holdup? What are you hearing from the feds? What's the holdup on the EID tags?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, well, that's not true. I do have an idea. They are still waiting on manufacturers to catch up on the tail end of the 25 allocation. And once they get those shipped out, they will look forward to 26. Where we're sitting now in the year, April, I feel comfortable that we should start to see tags in our office in early fall. If we get too much further and we haven't heard any communication from USDA, we'll start to worry a little bit that we're going to get into the start of, in particular, fall movements and fall vaccinations and not have tags in hand. So we wait for updates from USDA on a regular basis on that.
Okay.
So that quality issue that there was with some of the tag manufacturers, has that been?
Mr. Chair, yes. Yes, I got an email back from USDA recently on the issue with the failures of animals that were going north. I will fully confess that I have not spent a substantial amount of time with that memo. It came in late last week and I was traveling, but according to the brief intro, it sounds like it has been addressed with tag manufacturers.
Yeah, that, I guess that's one issue of that going, but if you happen to have the same tag manufacturer, the same issue show up in our resources tags, that would be.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's multiple instances where it's problematic.
Okay, any other questions for Dr. Szymanski on that?
I have one quick question.
Okay.
It doesn't regard anything that's on here, but we usually get a grant for the SHIP program. Have you heard anything about that yet?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsas, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, we did get, I think the same amount for this year. So we'll have funding to send folks to the
Minneapolis.
Yep, delegate meeting in Minneapolis, as well as do some outreach around the state.
And that's just for everybody else. We got so many buildings, and that's William was talking about the Swine Health Improvement Program, the SHIP program, which is like MPIP and other things that we do. We typically get dollars to support participation, travel, other activities.
Yeah. Dr. Peterson has done a really good job of getting outreach going on that program. With our funding from last year, we were able to pay for some plastic pig boards. And we got them engraved with the SHIP logo, and those went out to all of the county 4-H offices in the state, and was a great way to kind of initiate conversation with our 4-H groups that deal with show pigs around the state. So pretty cool use of the money, we felt like.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik, Animal Health Bureau. Hopefully these are fairly straightforward. We have 2 out-of-state travel requests for you today. The first is for one veterinarian to travel to Salt Lake City in August for the National Poultry Improvement Plan annual meeting. This is a meeting that I don't believe anyone has attended in the last few years. It covers sort of all aspects of NPIP. We think the value, especially in attending this year, is we have seen an uptick in participation in NPIP from some of our larger layer flocks and that have not previously been NPIP participants. It is a voluntary program for flocks until they reach a certain size, and then enrollment is mandatory. In Montana, we've not had any flocks get to that mandatory enrollment size, but we are getting very close with some of our larger producers. And so participation in this meeting, learning more about how other states in the national program handle these larger layer flocks would be very valuable for our office since it's something new for us.
The money would come from there.
It would come from the avian section of our cooperative agreement.
Okay. And I assume there's money there.
Yeah, federal dollars. We get money every year. It's been consistent.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve these travel requests.
Okay, we have a second. All right, William. So, motion by Alan and second by William. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of granting the request for travel to Salt Lake or poultry improvement plan, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, quickly, the second out-of-state travel request does not have any spending associated with it because Wisconsin has received money from USDA to pay for a state animal health official from each state to attend. It is the International Mortality Management Symposium. It's a meeting that happens every 3 years, and it is an opportunity to learn about recent advancements in depopulation methods and carcass disposal methods at scale. And so because there is funding available, this would be for one veterinarian to travel to Wisconsin for that meeting.
So basically the only cost to the department would
be per diem and salary while that person is traveling.
Per
And
diem.
I actually think Wisconsin covers per diem.
I think so.
Yeah. So it would just be the
Just
person's
salary.
time. Yeah.
So do we need to know who's going or does it make any difference?
One of us.
Alright,
Trying to balance schedules.
alright, okay. I'd entertain a motion to accept that request for out-of-state travel.
I'll make a motion.
Alright, a motion by William, do I have a second? Eric seconded.
Second.
Discussion. Discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We're pretty quiet out there, but we still have a quorum, so that's good. Okay. So
That
that's,
is the end of the animal health
thank
bureau.
you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jay.
And as always, end of the day, Jay.
Our 10-bed seats, 300 degrees.
Sometimes it's a hot seat, sometimes it's just warm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Once again, Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. Just have a couple of updates for you today, so I'll keep it short and to the point. Just wanted to provide just a quick update on where we are with market and dealer license renewal. So once again, we did send out those letters on March 13th. We wanted to try to get ahead of the curve and out front to give people ample time to make sure that they got their renewals accomplished and everything done for us as far as licensing goes. We did kind of streamline that with print and mail, worked very well. I think we would continue to do that next year. So we did start off with 436 active dealers and agents. We've received so we had a good bump right at the beginning, and now things have kind of leveled off. We're about halfway there. So I would assume we always do have a big push over the last couple of weeks as people kind of recognize they have until May 1 to get this done. So we always do get a big push right at the end. And if people don't get that done, then we also, there's still an opportunity to become a licensed dealer. And it's not a very big lift for us on our end to make sure that we get them licensed properly. We do send out a list of all the licensed dealers and agents to our enforcement staff so that they'll be out there, out and about. And as they recognize maybe some of these folks and have a chance to interact with them, if they see them, they'll be able to remind them that, hey, you're not active right now. You better get your license with the Department of Livestock and the Brands Division. So
is there penalty or violating those terms or?
Mr. Chairman, certainly there could be. In most cases, it's just an oversight that we try to work with those dealers. And typically we have pretty strong compliance. So I don't anticipate anything. I was just visiting a little bit with the brand staff. We do have an opportunity to maybe go out with another reminder. We have done a little bit of that in the past, and we certainly could do that again. So that's something that we're kind of considering just as a reminder. And somebody maybe just simply forgot and missed the deadline. And so, that is certainly on the table, I think, for us to make sure that people become compliant and get renewed if they want to.
So do they furnish an email address is there a place for that on the renewal forms? Or I'm just thinking of a more efficient way or cheaper, maybe more efficient, but cheaper. If you could shoot out an email rather than sending a postcard or whatever.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we do have emails of some folks. I don't know that we have emails of everyone, but we have done that in the past too. And certainly that is a easy, cheap way to do it. I think the other option would be just as a postcard, maybe as a reminder, something simple, a little bit cheaper too. So that's kind of the other option we were kind of considering. So yeah. Just give you a quick update. So just on our computer system service now, we've been doing quite a few different projects, fixing a few issues and working on some enhancements to the system also. So one of the enhancements is our lifetime horse inspection. We have been for a number of years. This has been on our list to try to finalize and actually kind of enact a system that works a little bit more efficiently for brand staff, for print and mail, for all of us, and for the producer that's looking to get those cards. So we are on the tail end of this project. I think we did have a site visit to print and mail so we could actually go and see what they're seeing. At that site visit, we did have an opportunity to make some changes to the cards, so we kind of updated them a little bit. We created a little bit more space. We made a little bit bigger text for them easier to read. So I think we've made some nice additions to the cards themselves. We are just kind of now, once again, we could almost run the system today, but it would be a little bit more manual. So we are waiting for a link between the state IT folks and GlideFast to make sure that they can build that link. So then when we drop those folders in, they automatically go. So that's not a huge lift. And I think last week they said that was going to be something that they could easily tackle, and they're aware of that. So I think we're seeing probably in the next week or two that this project will be completely finalized and we'll be moving on. It has taken us a little bit longer than what we anticipated just because we ran into some staffing shortages with GlideFast on some other projects. But once again, we're on the tail end of this project, so it'll be nice to kind of finish this because we got a whole other list of enhancements to work on. So we're kind of anxious to move on with other issues. We did have a bit of an issue, a small issue with kind of the sales summary on the markets where it was giving us an error code and things weren't quite right. It was odd. It was random. It was hard to test. It was hard to recreate. We did finally work with the state and GlideFast to find that in the code. They were able to find it, gave us the parameters to test that. We tested it. That's going to go into fix this week. So, excuse me. So it's nice to kind of get that one done and moved on and corrected. And then we're also still dealing with a little bit of some slowness in the system itself. It's hard to determine where exactly that's occurring. We got all of the parties together about 10 days ago to try to look at this. We are going to make some changes, I think, to the system itself to maybe remove some of the, I guess, redundancies in the system and factors and other parts of the system that our staff aren't really using or don't need to use because they can find that information elsewhere. So we're thinking that will maybe reduce any of the slowness lag time that we're seeing. And then also just looking in the whole system itself is there any code optimization that we can find that makes the system a little bit quicker? So
when you say slowness, how is that affecting real-time commerce?
There has been, I would say not greatly for the producer are they seeing this lag, although when we print clearances at the very end of the day, so that's what we're handing folks, so they can get out the door with them. There has been some slowness on generating those clearances. And so that is probably the only thing. Our staffers, probably more frustrating for our staff than what you're really seeing from the public being interacted with or impacted by. Because some of these run times are, maybe 60 seconds, maybe they're a minute, 2 minutes. And so, in the big scheme of things, it's not really impacting producers, but certainly from the person that's sitting in front of the computer, that lag time is very frustrating. So we really do want to see where this is. How do we fix this? We've sent it a couple of different times to the state IT folks. They've looked in the background. They can't really see where it's impacting anybody else, and they can't really see where it's impacting us. But our staff are certainly seeing it. So we do want to get to the bottom of this. So yeah, just kind of moving on. Google AI, the program's running well. We did implement we got rid of Google Warehouse and we put a Snap app. It's just another data warehouse within Google. The one thing that I think it was always characterized with us when we started this Google project that they would be upgrading this. We knew this. The one advantage I think with this warehouse is that you can once again search it by partial name. So the old one you could not. So that our brand staff, if we need to look for inspections, as it goes through, we scan it, goes through the Google AI, it goes through this Snap app, and then into ServiceNow. If it comes into ServiceNow inaccurately, sometimes we might need to look in the Google or into the Snap app to find these inspections. So really the only staff that would really, for the most part, use it is just going to be our Helena brand staff. Our enforcement staff and market staff aren't really going to use this, but we'll see some advantages with this upgraded version of this. So we're looking forward to that. It's live. We're ready to roll, and inspections are being put through it today. So, there are some tweaks we'd like to still make with this new program, but all in all, they're not showstoppers as we call them. And so the system's working. So. And then just lastly, I just was going to give a quick update on our meeting with the Blackfeet tribe with the land department. The chairman was there, able to join us with that. Certainly Mr. Honeycutt, Dr. Szymanski, myself, Wes Seward, our area supervisor, and then Jeff Jurgens, our district investigator. This has been about the third annual meeting of late that I've been a part of with the Blackfeet tribe. This year, we did travel up to their area, which was nice to kind of get to the tribal headquarters and visit a little bit on their turf and certainly interact with their folks. It did include kind of the lands department. We had, I think, 4 council members there. They did bring a couple of tribal attorneys, and then a BIA representative. So a lot of the discussion, I think, centered around some of the main themes that we've discussed before. We did have a discussion about a potential MOU with them. So looking at maybe providing an MOU that would allow our district investigators some additional authority on the tribal lands. And there's not a MOU that's been quite drafted yet. I think we have some concepts. I think Mr. Honeycutt really laid it out well of what we would envision that being. I think that provided a lot of help for their attorneys as they go back and start to kind of draft something. We do want to work in coordination with them, and we do work in coordination with them now. Our district investigator works really closely. Typically, we're going to get one of their lands department. If we do an investigation, we're going to be traveling with them on reservation lands. And so, this potentially would allow us to do some stuff on our own. We'll see how that MOU transpires and what they provide back for us. But I think it was a healthy discussion and something that I think we would, potentially entertain as we move forward.
Don't you think that having those lawyers, because that lawyer, when he first started laying out what his vision, it was not quite in my mind, a workable scenario. You know, he was kind of a little bit too high a level. And I think it was good for him to be there to listen to the people that do the work on the ground and their perception, you know, both Jeff and the tribal lands people and the brand inspectors that actually work out there. It seemed like maybe I hope that he came out of there with a lot different vision than what he went in, but it just seemed to me like he maybe did.
I would certainly agree.
Well, I still think there's always issues when you're looking at putting together tribal agreements. I mean, and I think you know, just so for the sake of concerns that he initially raised, I think for those of us who've worked with that a lot, are the same concerns we would have is that if you're going to have state employees enforcing state law upon tribal members, there's lots of complications to that. We are talking more about our district investigators being cross-deputized and commissioned to be able to enforce tribal livestock law, right? That's kind of what they want help with. And then possibly also because we do have a lot of non-tribal members who obviously are using and grazing land on the reservation there. So obviously that ability inside that jurisdiction to enforce our state laws on non-tribal members is something to have an interest in as well. And also seeking some help with some of, you know, unfortunately they do share, and that was one of the things that I don't think their tribal business council attorney had heard that they are having lots of issues with someone gets a pasture authorization for 100 cattle, but they come in and they drop off 225 cattle. And so they want to have a little more coordination with us about, well, if we have an inspection, can we show how many cattle did they inspect on that movement? And then maybe they can true up to whether people are abusing their pasture authorizations or not. I think there's a lot of commonality, but again, you're talking about a state entity or a state employee or state employees that are going to be operating somewhat independently within the tribal jurisdiction, even with a commission from the tribal business council and from the law enforcement there. It is a complicated issue. So I would give a lot of grace that, and it's not very often that we have conversations with tribal entities that are seeking that type of help from us. It's usually more about, you know, talking about if we're going to be operating in sovereign areas that we would be working like with permission of, with a member of tribal enforcement with us. This is really the only, you know, tribal entity we have at the current time or tribal government that's seeking more of a direct partnership. So it is unique versus the relationships we have in some other areas of the state.
The other thing was that tribal council member that asked about our former employee and what happened to him because they felt a real close relationship with him, and apparently he was cross-deputized or something. And the insinuation that I read from her comments was that, what did you guys do? How come you booted him out? and he retired. And, you know, I said, well, he retired, and that brought that tension level of that tribal council member down a lot, I think. And so, you know, if that's the good thing about having everybody in the same room and hearing the same thing, and the opportunity for something like that to come out, she probably wasn't the only one that had that thought. Yeah. And now, where she brought it out, now everybody heard that what happened. You know, it wasn't us that didn't want him involved with the tribe. It was his choice to retire.
Well, yeah, he retired, but I think the other learning from that is that was a very commonplace thing within the department in decades past, that individuals would go and make these agreements with tribal entities themselves as a district investigator. And I think our interest is We want to help, we want to be of service, but if we're gonna do that, it's gonna be through formal agreement and memorandum of understanding. Because there's so many things that can fall out that are bad for everyone involved. And so we want to make sure that we have all those things buttoned up. So that's the other thing that I think is a little bit of a game changer, that automatically the next person who replaced that retiring employee, once we were approached about them being cross-deputized, we were not, I guess I'll be blunt and say, at least from my perspective, not interested in cross-deputization without formal agreement and assignment of who's responsible for what and having everything nailed down on a piece of paper. Because certainly you could have problems there. So that's the other thing too, is not that we are anti having people cross-deputized to help out on tribal entities, but we need a formal agreement between the state, between the Department of Livestock and the Tribal Business Council of the Blackfeet Nation to make that happen, not just ad hoc.
Yeah, and I would agree all of those statements. I think from the department standpoint, we also wanted to provide some pretty clear expectations that, our district investigator has a large area to cover, so it's not just strictly within the reservations. We certainly want to coordinate and we want to help, but we got a lot of territory to cover, and so this is not our only area. So I think those kind of discussions, I think, helped in the decision. I think it did provide some clarity for that attorney to be able to maybe look at drafting something a little bit more narrow in what they initially envisioned. So all in all, I think that was a pretty good discussion. Some of the other topics that we did have, Dr. Szymanski did get a chance to bring up some disease issues. There seemed to be some interest in more of kind of the equine side of things, a little bit with EHV and VS coming into the reservation. Also brought up feral swine. The one topic that I think they did really have some interest in was just an emergency preparedness. It was interesting to learn that the lands department individual came and talked with us after and really wanted to get some details on that. They already have some land that's already designated for quarantines and impounds. So they still need to do some additional facilities, but they already have a chunk of ground and I think a set of krells on there. So it was interesting to kind of learn that. So once again, we covered a lot of topics in a short period of time over a few hours. But all in all, it was, I think, a well worth our effort to travel up there and meet with the Blackfeet. And I would characterize it as a very productive meeting. So,
well, the stop movement scenario, I hadn't thought about that. I was always thinking about trucks hauling cattle from Canada or wherever pass through the state. But then you think about the cattle, the number of summer cattle that are on that land, and if the stop movement happened the 29th of September, 80% of the cattle, the summer cattle, are still up there, and you cannot leave them there without a huge feed source either got moving on to there. So that, all of a sudden you think, holy cow, this stop movement situation, on a scenario like that, you got cattle from all over the state and no place, no feed, basically.
Yeah.
So that was.
I mean, all in all, just looking forward for, this grazing season, we will once again coordinate our efforts at a truck stop with them, with the Blackfeet. And so we'll try to, inspect those trucks and check paperwork as they're coming up to, graze cattle. So that's worked pretty well in the past. I think we would envision that we'll have, from a brand staff, it's a good, actually learning spot for some of our newer employees too. So we'll probably be bringing those up there so they can engage in that truck stop also. So yeah, so that's a quick rundown for me. And
another takeaway I had of that is our district man up there. People do business with people, and And Jeff's background in that area is a huge asset to the department and him as what he does. So, you know, and the subject came up that his replacement maybe won't be a local like he was with the background that he has. So I thought that was good conversation that they need to realize that, you know, the last two were local people that understood the reservation policies and people and how things work up there, but the next guy might not. And,
yeah, so Jeff can retire.
yeah, Jeff can retire. Okay.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
Yes, I assume you would. Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Jay, I just had one little looping back on the first part of your commentary. I just, my 2 cents, I think it's really important to get that software glitch fixed to keep those brand papers coming out, because I have seen it. It does have the potential to hurt producers if, and obviously not this time of year, but that's the good news. We got all summer to fix it. But if we get in the fall run, you get one of those 7,000 head sales and they've got to stop the sale at 8 o'clock at night because trucks couldn't load at 10 that morning with way ups because they were waiting on brand papers. It's just, it's a roller coaster. It's a snowball's effect. You get backed up. I've seen them where, well, let's stop selling for an hour while we get the yard back cleaned out and get some stuff loaded out and back to the other side. Well, then somebody's calves are standing there shrinking for another hour, or maybe a buyer or two gets up and leaves because they want to get home and cost the market $3 or $4. I mean, it can, we need to, we can't have trucks waiting on paper, on blue papers.
Yeah, no, I would agree totally, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore. We did kind of, we realized kind of where, I mean, the system was clicking along pretty good. So ServiceNow, the big system itself, does 2 upgrades a year. And so that's not related to us, but that last one did seem to be the one that impacted us. So that's where we're focusing our efforts. What changed at the last upgrade that has impacted us? So that's really where we're focusing our efforts on.
And let's not do an upgrade this week in October.
Yeah, excellent point. The other thing, I think I saw in an update, but maybe it'd be a good time to discuss it a little bit, was Eric's request on the separation of sex on the cattle leaving yards.
Yeah, so yeah, Mr. Chairman, so the issue was as calves get checked in as mixed calves at the very end of the sale, can you separate those back out? Yes, we do have that ability. It takes a little bit of work. I have shared that with the whole market staff of, here's the option that you can do to make sure that, as these clearances, they'll show accurate sexes of livestock. I think we're getting there. I don't know that it happens every time, and certainly I think it got missed at least once that I know of. So we've reached back out to make sure that staff know that this is the ability you can do to make sure that if need be, you can change that. So.
The other thing, earlier we had HR, but Mike gave a pretty short HR update. In the brands, I see that there's still, what's the status of the interview process or the hiring process on District Great Falls, basically, Lewis and Clark, P County, and then the other opening.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so we had 2 district positions that were open, District 14, so that's kind of the Yellowstone, Muscle Shell, that area. So we've just filled that. Stevie Curtis, she was a local inspector for us. We've just hired her. She started April 6th and spent, 3-4 days up here with us, kind of getting her feet under her. And Sean, our area supervisor, and Sean Hando down there in Billings has been helping her along. She's certainly starting off well. She's just like any district investigator. As you hit the ground, you always face some pretty big hurdles right off the bat where you think it's going to be an easy inspection. Turns out to be not. And so she's should certainly face that, but was well on our way. And she will still have to go through the law enforcement academy. Most likely that would occur in January. Our District 14 position, so that is kind of the Great Falls area, Cascade, North Lewis and Clark. We're narrowing down the candidates there. We're going to shoot for probably the second week of May to try to do some interviews there, and so get that position filled. So other than that, got a few positions open in the market in Billings and one in Glendive, but that's just kind of how we face things. We're at a time of year, at least in the markets, where things have gotten a little bit of a break, and so hopefully we can find some folks to backfill those positions.
So, any other questions for comments? All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So now we have one member of the public. Would you like to?
We don't have any comments. Thanks for letting me join you guys.
Well, thank you for joining us, and I will note that. No, thank you for taking the interest and spending the time. And William, maybe you'd like to introduce. We have one more member of the public here. Maybe you'd like to introduce him to the board.
My father. So.
Okay, well, welcome. And I already told him that he raised a fine son, so that's been taken care of. All right, so.
See if you guys just call for any public comment online.
Is there people online?
I don't got so many people now. Yeah.
All right, if there's anybody online, your opportunity to share anything you have with the board is now.
Okay, not seeing anybody come off mute.
All right. Okay, so the next item is setting the date for the next board meeting. So Mike, I'm gonna let you start that off because
yeah,
things on your calendar that.
Well, we're in pretty good shape as far as I think key decisions, because we got legislative and budget priorities out of the way today. So that was the next sort of looming deadline we had. As we look to the end of May, I would just point out that we have Jay's going to be out for some time at the end of May. We have Memorial Day on the 25th. Am I correct about that? Or is that the next week?
That's correct.
The 25th is Memorial Day. Jay's out the 26th, 27th. We have Stockers mid-year late that week that some of us will be engaged in Great Falls. So we might be looking into the beginnings of June, unless you want to turn around and meet 3 weeks from now, which I don't know that you want to do that. But if you wanted to, I guess we're here. But I guess if we're looking into June, and I'm trying to see if there's any major, major things. June 9th is a day that doesn't work for me. But it's looking like other stuff there at the beginning of June, that week of June 2nd.
The first 2 weeks of June does not work very well for me at all, because every cow in northern Montana needs a ride to summer pasture in those first 2 weeks. And so I'm super involved in.
Did you get too old for that, June?
Well, not yet anyway. Yes, Eric.
Mike, just thinking out loud and selfishly, but what about Wednesday the 27th? And those of us who went to go Stockers could just bop over from Helena to Great Falls and it'd save some of the trip. Somebody'd have to sub in for Jay, but.
Oh, yeah. Or we can go a month without hearing from Brands. I think we can survive, but we can figure out how to put together a report. But that's fine with me.
Does that work for Alan?
Let's do it.
Okay, Greg? Maybe Greg's.
I don't know if can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right. Okay. Lily, the 27th?
We're talking about May 27th?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that works for me.
Okay, all right, we will, and Jake isn't on, so, he's been a couple times that he wishes he'd been able to, weigh in, but he didn't. So William, does that work? That
Yeah, I'm
works?
good with that.
All right, so the next meeting will be May 27th here. And, I suppose the other thing would be, that would be an opportunity in Great Falls if we wanted to.
We're close enough to Great Falls, we can do the meeting here.
And then just.
I'm being selfish. Eric was being selfish. I'll be selfish. It is a lot easier to do the meeting here than trying to find someone.
Well, but maybe you could, if there was an opportunity to maybe get out early enough to go look at that plant or something.
We can do a short meeting if you guys want to go see the eggplant.
That'd be an excellent idea.
If you're already headed that way.
Yeah, all right, well, May 27th, and is there any other business that needs to come before this board meeting? I'm not seeing anybody come off of mute, so with that, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate you.
Everybody do a rain dance.
Yep.